second day, Union forces drove through the Confederate center. As the worried Lee watched, General John Gregg's Texans hurried to plug up the hole. Scarce had we moved a step when General Lee, in front of the whole command, raised himself in the stirrups, uncovered his gray hairs, and with an earnest never before in my lifetime did I ever see such a scene as was enacted when Lee pronounced these words. A yell rent the air that must have been heard for miles around. The courier, riding by my side with tears coursing down his cheeks, exclaimed, "I would charge hell itself for that old man." The tech held the position until reinforcements came. By the end of the day, the Confederates had smashed Grant's right, seized 2 generals and 600 prisoners, and come close to cutting the Union supply line. Grant received these reports without comment.
Right in the middle of the Battle of the Wilderness, all the staff man who had been fighting in the East all this time, and he had just come from the West, kept talking about Bobby Lee, Bobby Lee. The Grant finally told him, "I'm tired of hearing about Bobby Lee. You think he's going to do a double somersault and land in Iria? Quit thinking about what he's going to do to you and think about what you're going to do to him. Bring some guns up here." Things like that. Grant's, he's wonderful.
The Wilderness is probably not the bloodiest battle of the war, but the most terrible battle of the war in many ways. Grant Chancellorsville. But in the Wilderness, the leaves from the previous year to the ground, and using the type of falling into the leaves, and it will set these leaves afire. And men who've been shot badly through the bowel.
Now live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Will not be able to move as the fire starts burning toward them, and large numbers of wounded men will perish in the flames.
Grant's first move had been a disaster. The Wilderness had cost 17,000 men. That night, brush fires raged.
I had a forced side hustle. There was a company that I was working for in the early 2000s. It was a voice-over internet. When it was one of the early companies that they came to us in October Halloween, if you can believe it, October 31st, and said, "We can't pay him. We don't know when we're going to pay him." And I went down the street and put in an application at a camping goods store. I worked at one when I was in high school, and I was in Scouts and did all that. So I basically sold hiking boots and tents and crampons and climbing gear as we were trying to figure out what that was going to be. So yeah.
I did my time in a sporting goods store.
But 200 wounded federal soldiers burned alive while the entrenched armies listened to their screams.
24% of American babies, they say they have a side gig. That is up 13%.
I am holding my breath awed at the vastness of the shadow that floats like a pall over our heads. It has come that man has no longer an individual Clara Barton.
In the Wilderness, surgeons amputated limbs without let-up for more than 100 hours.
As a wounded man was lifted on the table, often shrieking with pain as the attendants handled him, the surgeon...
Well, we know what the surveys show, right? So the surveys show there's online businesses like blogging, podcasting, online courses. What I hear a lot from clients, especially into or in the first couple of years of retirement, it's consulting, it's contracting, right? There's e-commerce, you're selling stuff on Amazon, on eBay, self-publishing. Sometimes you're doing local services, delivery drivers, some sort of ad hoc sort of work like that.
He examined the wound and resolved upon cutting off the wounded limb. Some ether was administered. The surgeon snatched his knife from between his teeth, wiped it, and would look around with a deep sigh. And then, next, Carl Schurz. The wilderness was a useless battle. Washington Robley.
Grant in the wilderness, after that first night in the wilderness, went to his tent, broke down and cried very hard. Some of the staff members said they'd never seen a man so unstrung. But he didn't cry until the battle was over, and he wasn't crying when it began again next day.
What was different about Grant became clear the next morning when he gave the order to march. For the first time after a defeat, the Army of the Potomac was moving forward.
May 7. If we were under any other general except Grant, kind of soldier.
General Grant is not going to retreat. He will move his army to Spotsylvania. I am so sure of his next move that I have already made arrangements.
There's a lot of people who it would paralyze them to think about, having to build that in. I think the important thing that happens in these conversations is that you just understand the type of person that you are, right? If you're lucky enough to have multiple forms of mailbox money.
He knew what Grant was going to do because he could make himself Grant for long enough to figure out what Grant would do in the situation. When they fired, 5 or 6 generals before they got to Grant, and by the time they let McClellan go, Lee said, "I'm afraid they're going to keep making these changes until they get someone I don't understand." They never got anyone he didn't understand, but they finally got Grant, who knew how to whip him.
In the first years of the war, battle was bloody but sporadic. From now on, it would be waged without a break. From the wilderness to Cold Harbor, it would not stop for 30 days. It was, one soldier wrote, living night and day within the valley of the shadow of death.
May 8. The dreadful work is beginning again. John L. Miller, my cousin, killed at the head of his regiment. The blows now fall so fast on our heads, it is bewildering. Mary Chestnut.
At Spotsylvania, the two armies mauled each other for days without gaining ground. It was the most relentless exchange of fire in the history of warfare up to that time. Some men were hit by so many bullets that their bodies fell apart. A Union veteran remembered it simply as the most terrible day I have ever lived.
The enemy's dead were piled upon each other in front of the captured breastworks, in some places 4 layers. Below the mass of fast decaying corpses, the convulsive twitching of limbs showed that there were wounded men still alive. The place was well named a bloody ankle.
Into another important part of starting a side gig.
The two armies lost another 20,000 men.
The 12th, Yellow Tavern, Virginia. General Jeb Stuart killed.
When Lee got the news, he said, "I can scarcely think of him without weeping."
Part of the human trafficking investigation against social media influencer Andrew Tate. There's a crash in the fight of commerce.
Again and again, Lee anticipated Grant, and again, the Union commanders skirted south and east in a semicircle. Two armies locked in a brutal, clumsy stranglehold as the battle lines lurched toward Richmond.
We must destroy this army of Grant's before he gets to the James. If he gets there, it will become a siege, and then it will be only a question of time.
May 11th. We have now entered the 6th day of very heavy fighting, and the result up to this time is much in our favor. I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer.
Grant continued his stubborn flanking maneuvers in an attempt to get around Lee's right and move on Richmond.
He did it with superior numbers and doggedness. Kept going. Move by the left flank, move by the left flank, move by the left flank. Then Lee's backing up the whole time, losing men that he couldn't replay.
May 15th, 1864. Dear Emma, Lee isn't licked yet by a long shot. And if we are not mighty careful, Washington will.
Grant and Lee now raced for a crossroads called Cold Harbor near the Chickahominy River. Again, Lee got there first and ordered his men to dig in and prepare for the all-out assault he knew would follow.
Happening right now with winter sale. Start the nutrition right by dialing 310 kitchen. That's 310.
Down for the night on June 2nd, veterans on the Union side sensed what was coming.
The men were calmly writing their names and home addresses on slips of paper and pinning them to the backs of their coats so that their bodies might be recognized and their fate made known to their families at home. General Horace Porter.
When the bugles blew for the attack at 4:30 a.m., 60,000 Union men started toward the
But I had seen nothing to exceed this. It wasn't war, it was murder. Those were men who knew how to take a position where you could do the most killing from. That whole army was lined up there waiting and through 3 quarters of them. And in approximately 7 minutes, they'd shot by 6,000 men. It's a bloody mess. It's the only thing I've always regretted. The last assault at Cold Harbor was ever made. No advantage whatever was gained to compensate for the heavy loss we sustained.
When another assault was suggested, Union officers rejected the idea outright. "I will not take my regiment in another such charge," said a New Hampshire captain, "if Jesus Christ himself should order it." After the battle, the diary of a young Massachusetts volunteer was spattered with blood. Its last entry read, June 3rd, 1864, Cold Harbor, Virginia. I was killed.
Our matters here are at a deadlock. Unless the Rebs commit some great error, they will hold us in check until kingdom come. We're thoroughly tired and disgusted. These two armies remind me very much of 2 schoolboys. Everyone knows that if Lee were to come out of his trenchments, we could win, but Bob Lee is a little too smart for us. Washington Roebling.
From the wilderness to Cold Harbor in a single month, the Army of the Potomac had lost 50,000 men, half as many as it had lost in 3 years of struggle.
June 5th, 1864. Our people lost very severely yesterday. In every calculation that we make ourselves out to be 20,000 men stronger. Yet in every fight, they show as many men as we have, and they always show as long a line as we do, no matter how long they make ours. June 7th, 1864.
That white one?
Another one of my best friends in the army has been killed. One goes after the other with perfect regularity.
Grant doesn't care a snap if men fall like the leaves fall. He fights to win, that chap does. He has to go better. Mary Chestnut.
He keeps his own counsel, padlocks his mouth, while his countenance indicates nothing. That is, gives no expression of his feelings and no evidence of his intention. He smokes almost constantly and has a habit of whittling with a small knife, cutting a small stick into small chips, making nothing.
Grant is a butcher, not fit to be at the head of an army. He loses 2 men to the enemy's 1. He has no management, no regard for life. I could fight an army as well myself. Mary Lincoln.
When several of Lee's officers denounced Grant as a butcher, Lee quieted them. I think Grant has managed his affairs remarkably well up to the present time, he said. Grant kept moving. He slipped his army out of his trenches, crossed the Chickahominy, faded toward Richmond, then shifted left again to the James River. His target now was Petersburg, south of the Confederate capital in Virginia. For the first time, Lee misjudged Grant's intentions, rushing much of his army to the outskirts of Richmond to meet an attack Grant did not plan to make. Instead, Union engineers laid a pontoon bridge all the way across the James in just 8 hours. On June 12th, the massive Army of the Potomac began to cross. It took 4 days.
General Grant, I begin to see it. Hey, you think of it.
16,000 Union troops under General William Smith were the first to reach Petersburg. The city was defended by fewer than 3,000 Confederates under General Beauregard. Smith moved slowly to the attack. Reinforcements intended to aid him got lost on the way. Still, his late afternoon assault, General Winfield Scott Hancock urged a moonlight assault, but Smith begged off, remembering Cold Harbor. During the night, Confederate reinforcements were brought up.
The rage of the enlisted men was devilish. The most blood-curdling blasphemy I ever listened to, I heard that night.
In just 6 weeks, Grant and Lee had all but crippled each other. Now, both armies dug in for a siege. The burrowing would go on for 10 months. The men lived in a 20-mile labyrinth of trenches, plagued by flies, open to rain in the fierce Virginia sun, and exposed to shell and mortar fire.
Nothing for excitement, except that a few were picked off by sharpshooters. The feeling prevails that sooner or later, this experience will befall us all. Private John W. Haley.
Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain, one of the heroes of Gettysburg, led his regiment in an assault on Petersburg. As he turned to rally his men, a bullet smashed through his pelvis, severed arteries, nicked his bladder. He stayed on his feet, leaning on his sword with one hand, and waving his men on with the other, until they had all passed him by. Then he sank to the ground. Doctors did not expect him to live. In tribute to his courage, Grant promoted him on the field to brigadier general.
Chamberlain's obituary appeared in the newspapers the next day.
Petersburg is a magnificent salute to the durability of men on both sides. It was just a rehearsal for World War I, trench warfare, and they stood up very well to it. But the soldiers always did in that war. It's to us an almost incredible bravery considering the casualties.
June 23rd, 1864. The demand down here for killing purposes is far ahead of the supply. Thank God, however, for the consolation that when the last man is killed, the war will be over. This war, you know, differs from all previous wars in having no object to fight for. It can't be finished until all the men on either the one side or the other are killed. Both sides are trying to do that as fast as they can, because it would be a pity to spin this affair out for 2 or 3 years longer. Washington.
Dear Henry, I feel more lonely and sad than I have been in some time. Oh, that I knew what the termination of this awful conflict would be. Henry, I want to see you, but don't you come. John for the wharf, 'tis 40 years. If you get killed, 'tis the most honorable death. If you escape, I will rejoice. I love thee still. Mama Vanderbilt.
Our bleeding, bankrupt, almost dying.
I'd love to be able to get into your questions, open up this demand, let Andy dig into them and see what's going on.
My ward became like the dim caverns of the catacombs, where, instead of the dead in their final rest, there were wasted figures burning with fever and raving with the agony of splintered bones, tossing restlessly from side to side with every ill scene which human flesh has ever seen. From the rafters, the flickering oil lamp swung mournfully, casting a ghastly light. Private Alexander Hunter, 17th Virginia.
When the war began, there were only a handful of Army hospitals in the North. When it ended, the Union was running more than 350, Confederacy 154. There were 16 hospitals in Washington alone. When these proved insufficient, men were cared for in the patent office, even in the House and Senate chambers. Hospitals were giant warehouses for the dead, 5 soup kitchens, ice houses, dairy cattle, a herd of goats, a bakery that turned out 10,000 loaves of bread a day, and a 400-keg brew.
Aroused and angry, I thought to beat the alarm. Soon my fingers failed me. My face drooped and I resigned. Myself to sit by the wounded and soothe, or silently watch the dead.
Walt Whitman was too old for the ranks, not qualified to be an officer, not enthusiastic about firing a gun or drawing a sword on another man. But when his younger brother was wounded at Antietam, and Whitman went to find him in the hospital, he was appalled by what he saw. He moved to Washington to help with the wounded, giving out small gifts, changing dressings, and reciting his poetry.
The doctors tell me I supply the patients with a medicine which all their drugs and bottles and powders are helpless to yield. It has saved more than one life. So I go around. Some of my boys die, some get well.
No woman under 30 years need apply to serve in government hospitals. All nurses are required to be very plain-looking women. Their dresses must be brown or black, with no hoops, no curls, no jewelry, and no hoop skirts. Dorothea Dix.
In the war, Dorothea Dix volunteered her services to the Union. The 59-year-old crusader for the mentally ill was put in charge of all women so autocratic one woman called her Dragon Dix. She barred any applicant she thought interested in romantic adventure. Even nuns were sometimes turned down. By the end of the war, though, the only question she asked potential recruits was, when can you start? Under her strict guidance, care for the sick and wounded was vastly improved. Despite the bitter criticism and petty rivalry of male colleagues, she stayed at her post for all 4 years, the entire war, without pay.
Army Square Hospital. I am learning not to let myself feel as much as I did at first. Yet I never can get used to it. Harriet Cook Hawley.
They would say that the doctor gave them up and asked me about it. I would tell them the truth. I told one man that, and he asked how long. I said not over 20 minutes. He did not show any fear, and he never did. He put his hand up, so he closed his eyes with his own fingers and stretched himself out and crossed his arms over his breast. Now, fix me, and he died in a few minutes. His face looked as pleasant as if he was asleep. And many's the time the boys would fix themselves that way before they died.
Lorenzo Strong, Company A, 9th United States Cavalry, was shot by a shell last Sunday, right leg amputated on the field. Took a turn for the worse. I stayed and saw all. The doctor comes in and gives him a little chloroform. One of the nurses constantly fans him before it's fearfully hot. He asks to be raised up, and they put him in a half-sitting posture. He called for Mark repeatedly, half deliriously all day. Life ebbs, runs now with the speed of a mill race. His eyes turn back. The crowd, including 2 or 3 doctors, several students, and many soldiers, has silently gathered. The struggle goes on and dwindles, and more, and more, and then welcome oblivion, painlessness, death, a pause. The crowd drops away. June 17, 1864, dearest mother. This place seems to have got to bed up. I think I shall come home.
I think I understand the purpose of the sound properly, and that the best way to deal with them is to meet them fair and square on any issue. War is the remedy our enemies have chosen, and I say let us give them all they want.
On the same day that Grant stepped off into the wilderness, Sherman's Grand Army of the West moved south from Chattanooga towards Atlanta, 100 miles away. Forged in Kentucky, Sherman had come close to breaking down, persuaded the war would never end.
Grant stood by me when I was crazy, and I stood by him when he was drunk, and now we stand by each other always.
Sherman was an orphan and had graduated 6th in his class at West Point when he was only 20. Tall and red-haired, intelligent and irritable, he wore shoes rather than military boots, slept little and talked a lot, boiling over with ideas, a friend said.
He was always too busy to eat much. He talked and smoked cigars incessantly, giving orders, dictating telegrams, bright and chipper.
He hated politicians, profiteers, sentimentalists. Above all, he hated reporters, whom he considered worse than spies because they printed military secrets just to sell newspapers.
These dirty newspaper scribblers have the impudence of Satan. They come into camp, poke about among the lazy shirts, and pick up their camp rumors and publish them as facts. They are a pest, and I treat them as spies, which in truth they are.
He was convinced if he killed them all, there would be news from hell before breakfast. Family and friends called him Comfort. His men called him Uncle Billy. He was ruthless in war. Now Grant entrusted his friend with the second most important part of his grand strategy: to seize Atlanta and smash the combined Confederate armies of Tennessee and Mississippi under Joseph E. Johnston. In Washington, Lincoln's chances for re-election were slim. I'm going to be badly beaten. With Grant stalled at Petersburg, Sherman had to win. Sherman had surveyed parts of Georgia as a young lieutenant. I knew Georgia better than the rebels did, he wrote. He knew the fighting there would be scattered and sporadic. A big Indian war, he called it. Joseph E. Johnston, the Confederate commander who now faced Sherman, was heartily disliked by President Jefferson Davis. He was very nearly worshipped by his men.
I do not believe there was a soldier in his army but would gladly have died for him. With him, everything was his soldiers. He would feed his soldiers if the country starved. Sam White.
Outgunned, outsupplied, and outnumbered almost 2-1, Joseph Johnston could only hope his advance was a masterpiece of planning. In a matter of hours, his engineers replaced burned bridges and repaired ripped-up rail lines. Raiders collapsed a tunnel in Sherman's rear. One weary Southern private was not impressed. Sherman, he said, probably carried the spare tunnel with him. Cassville, Allatoona, New Hope Church. The surrendering Confederate told his captors, Sherman will never go to hell. He'll flank the devil and make heaven in spite of the guards.
June 14th. We killed General Polk yesterday and made good progress today. William Constitution.
At Kennesaw Mountain, north of Atlanta, the Confederates dug in. On June 27th, 13,000 Union men stormed up the mountain and were hurled back. The Federals seemed to walk up and take death, the Southerner remembered, as coolly as if they were automatic or wouldn't win.
I've heard men say that if they ever killed a Yankee during the war, they were not aware of it. I'm satisfied that on this memorable day, every man in our regiment killed from 20 to 100 each. All that was necessary was to load and shoot. The Union lost 3,000 men. The Confederates only 750. One or two more such assaults, the Native warned Sherman, would use up this army. Sherman never admitted he had made a mistake in Kennesaw Mountain, but he never repeated it either. His slow flanking maneuvers, forcing Johnston back to within sight of Atlanta itself. But there he stalled, just like Grant. 2 months of relentless fighting had resulted in identical stalemates. Sherman was stopped north of Atlanta. Grant and Lee, without a decisive victory somewhere, Abraham Lincoln was sure to lose the fall election. Time was running out.
Let's get it is. I want you to understand that Mary is my child, and she is a God-given right of my own. You may hold on to her as long as you can. But I want you to remember this one thing, that the longer you keep my child from me, the longer you will have to burn in hell, and the quicker you get there. I have no fears about getting married out of the God's Christ.
I require able-bodied men with good horses and gun. I wish none but those who desire to be actively engaged. Come on, boys, if you want a heap of fun and to kill some Yankees. Nathan Bedford Forrest.
Bedford Forrest, granddaughter, lived here in Memphis. She originally died. I got to know her. She let me swing the General Saber around my head once, which was a great treat. I had thought a long time, and I called her and said, I think the war produced two authentic geniuses. One of them, he said, well, you know, in our family, we never thought much of Mr. Lincoln. She didn't like my coupling her grandfather with Abraham Lincoln all these years. So, very strange, but
There was fighting all across the Sabine Crossroads near the Texas-Louisiana border, down the Red River, on the Little Blue in Missouri, at Poison Spring and Jenkins Ferry in Arkansas, far out in Indian Territory. By the summer of 1864, the Union initiative had ground to a halt. Despite its powerful industrial machine, despite increasing hardships for the South, the North was losing control of the war. As the casualty list grew longer, opposition to the war increased. With the presidential campaign looming, Abraham Lincoln now knew he would have to do something that had never been done before. Submit to a popular election during Civil War and win it. The struggle within and without, an advisor told Lincoln, was for our national existence. At Petersburg, Robert E. Lee's entrenched army continued to resist Ulysses S. Grant's 2-month-old siege. To end the stalemate, Union troops were digging deep beneath the Confederate lines. North of Atlanta, William Tecumseh Sherman would have to blast through an impenetrable system of trenches, breastworks, and parapets to take the city, if he ever got there. That summer, in the sweltering Mississippi heat, Confederate General Nathan Bedford Forrest cemented his reputation as the most terrifying cavalry commander of the war. Meanwhile, in the Shenandoah Valley, diminutive Union General Phil Sheridan would gleefully wreck every farm and village he could lay his hands on. While in Richmond, Jefferson Davis struggled desperately to keep the idea of the Confederacy alive. At the end of the year, Union Quartermaster General Montgomery Meigs would lose his son and bring his grief to the doorstep of Robert E. Lee. By the summer of 1864, people could hardly remember that there had ever been a time without war, and many did not believe it would ever end.
species survive. But part of our survival is being cooperative with society. So what happens is we get rid of the all of a sudden we start to develop this sense of guilt. Guilt is a very important
Dear Mr. President, the tide is setting strongly again. Two special causes are assigned to this great reaction in public sentiment. The want of military success at Petersburg and Atlanta, and the impression that we are fighting not for union, but for the abolition of slavery. Henry Raymond, Chairman, Republican National Committee. Never been lower. We should never have wars like this again, one Union soldier said. In less than 6 months, from the wilderness to Spotsylvania, the cold harbor to Petersburg, Grant had nearly destroyed his army. The people are wild for peace, a newspaper reported. Lincoln's re-election is an impossibility. Nevertheless, 140,000 soldiers re-enlisted in the Union Army. Pride and patriotism had much to do with it, the desire to see the thing through. But so did the promise of a month's furlough. 3 more years of hell, wrote one soldier, in exchange for 30 days of heaven. Home. Harper's Weekly. The political decides the most important fate of republics to be destroyed by faction. That fear is now about to be confirmed or dissipate forever. The key everyone knew was Atlanta. If Sherman could reach the railroad hub of the South, the war might end at last. But it was the stalemate in Virginia that concerned Lincoln now.
July 4th, 1864. The glorious 4th has come again, and we have had quite a celebration, with guns fired, shot, and shelled into Petersburg to remind them of the day. This day makes 4 4th of Julys that I have passed in the Army. The first at Camp Clark, the second at Harrison's Landing, the third at Gettysburg, and today at Petersburg. It's our bill of fare. Stewed oysters, canned. Roast turkey, canned. Bread pudding, tapioca pudding, apple pie made in camp. Elisha Hunt Rose.
The enemy throw a number of shells. Women were passing about with little concern, dodging around the corner when they heard shell coming or putting their heads out of the windows to see what damage they'd done. The lady yesterday said Wardlow and myself sliced cakes. Mary Heaven. To relieve the pressure on Petersburg, Lee sent 10,000 men north to push Union troops out of the Shenandoah and harass Washington itself. In charge of the Southern forces was a ruthless Confederate general named Jubal Early. Early attacked Fort Stevens on the outskirts of Washington, terrifying the city. Despite the 74 forts that now made it the most heavily fortified city on earth. He brought up from Petersburg to protect the capital.
July 12, 1864. We marched in line of battle into a peach orchard in front of Fort Stevens, and here the fight began. For a short time it was warm work, but as the president and many ladies were looking at us, every man tried to do his best. Without our help, but Early was late.
Meanwhile, to stop William Tecumseh Sherman's advance on Atlanta, Nathan Bedford Forrest was also on the move.
You ask about the most man in the world in some ways. Forrest was a natural genius. Someone said that he was born to be a soldier, the way John Keats manual. When he said get there first with most men, he's saying take the interior line and bring superior force to bear. He had some very simple things. He used to say, hit them on the ear. And he used to say, keep up the ski.
In a way that's good for a story effect and cause them to change their behavior. Several people have reported that they have been refused entry to Madison's Square Garden and Radio City Music Hall because governmental technology recognized them as employees of law firms involved in against the owners. Recently, President officials had a debt legacy loan for some time.
Principles expressed in Forrest's own way, and he was able to look at a piece of ground and see how to use it. He had a marvelous sense of typography. He could see the key to a position and know where to hit.
Forrest William Tecumseh Sherman later said was the most remarkable man our Civil War produced on either side. He was the son of an illiterate blacksmith. He made himself a millionaire selling land, cotton, and slaves. In 1861, he enlisted as a private, then quit to raise and equip an entire cavalry battalion out of his own pocket. By the end of the war, he had become lieutenant general, the only man on either side to rise so far. He was the most feared cavalry commander of the war, the Wizard of the Saddle, wounded 4 times in battle, and famous for having horses shot out from under him.
Old veteran Forrest, he's the most colorful man in the war. Killed more men than any other general officer ever has, had more horses.
He killed 31 men in hand-to-hand combat. He said, I was a horse and headed him.
He was a master of the lightning ray and an expert at winning against long odds. He fought his battles, he said, by ear. He could anticipate an enemy's movements with uncanny precision.
He was only surprised in battle once. It was a place called Parker's Crossroads up in Tennessee. He was on a raid. And he was closing in on an opponent fixing to finish him off. When he was attacked in the rear by a force that he did not suspect was within many miles. Everybody was terribly upset. He said, General, what's your weakness? He said, split in two and charge both ways. And did, and got out.
In June 1864, in an attempt to cut off Sherman's supplies at Rice's Crossroads near Tupelo, Mississippi, Forrest outdid even himself. The Union Army coming to stop him was nearly 3 times as strong as his, time to whip it on his own terms. It all happened exactly as he said. No army, it seemed, could stop him. Forrest was free to slash at Sherman's forces, slowing his approach to Atlanta.
Forrest must be hunted down and killed if it costs 10,000 lives and bankrupts that federal treasury. William Tecumseh Sherman.
Who shall revive the withered hopes that bloomed in the open Grant's campaign? Call the tides, captain tragedy. Each hour has been sinking its deep to bankruptcy and desolation. In your word.
The summer of 1864 was the North's darkest hour. Grant's losses had been appalling. His army was stalled in front of Petersburg. His grand strategy apparently come to nothing. Franz Sigel's army had been routed in the Shenandoah. Then Butler was bottled up in a loop of the James River called the Bermuda Hundred. Even William Tecumseh Sherman was stalled outside Atlanta.
Mr. Lincoln is already beaten. He cannot be re-elected, and we must have another ticket. Horace Greeley.
No nation had ever held an election in the midst of a civil war. No president since Andrew Jackson had won a second term. Long after Lincoln was nominated, politicians in his own party still hoped to reconvene and pick another
We
nominee.
cannot have free government without elections. And if the rebellion can force us to forego or postpone a national election,
It might fairly be claimed to have already conquered and ruined us. Abraham Lincoln.
after 4 years of failure to restore the Union by the experiment of war, we demand that immediate effort be made for a cessation of hostilities at the earliest practicable moment. Democratic National Platform.
The Democrats wanted an end to the war, with or without victory. Their nominee was General George McClellan, whose ambition had not shrunk since Lincoln removed him from command.
McClellan was our first commander, and as such, he was almost worshipped by his soldiers. The political friends of General McClellan well understood that fact, and it was a very crafty thing for them to nominate him as their candidate for the presidency.
The South rejoiced at McClellan's nomination, the first ray of real light, Vice President Alexander Stephens said, since the war began. Wherever it could, the South exploited anti-war feeling in the North. The Confederate government sent money to support the Union peace movement, painted Lincoln as the candidate for war. The campaign was ugly. Democrats charged that the real goal of old age war was miscegenation, a new word for the blending of white and black. Republicans charged Democrats with treason. The 1864 presidential election had become a referendum on the war itself.
All the word from all Republicans, even on the most local level, indicated that Lincoln couldn't possibly win. The fortunes of war had turned too badly, too sour for the Union. At one really poignant moment, Lincoln sat in the privacy of his office, contemplated the fact that he probably wasn't going to be re-elected, and that McClellan, of all people, would replace him as president.
This morning, as for some days past, it seems exceedingly probable that this administration will not be re-elected. Then it will be my duty to so cooperate with the President-elect as to save the Union between the election and the inauguration, as he will have secured his election on such ground that he cannot possibly save it afterwards.
Pressure to drop emancipation as a condition of peace for the South, Lincoln refused. The proclamation had promised freedom, Lincoln said, but the promise being made must be kept.
I should be damned time eternity if I were to return to slavery. Black warriors who have fought for the Union.
Spy Johnson, shot near cross.
Even before Bull Run, stolen secrets and intricate codes streamed between Washington and Richmond. Alan Pinkerton ran the Northern Secret Service, while Confederate Major William Norris had a spy network that extended as far north as Montreal. In 1864, several Southern agents even invaded Vermont.
All manner of things, they say, come over the border under huge hoops now. So they are ruthlessly torn off. Not legs, but arms are looked for under hoops. And sad to say, found. Mary Chester.
Rose O'Neill Greenough, a Washington widow, ran a Confederate spy ring just a few blocks from the White House.
Much of her information came from an infatuated suitor, Senator Henry Wilson, chairman of the Military Affairs Committee. Coaxing secrets out of Union officers in Washington. She tossed from her cell window shadowy agents she knew only as CH. Her admirers called her La Belle Rebelle. Slaves and former slaves made especially good Union operatives, guiding Northern troops through swamps and forests and reporting on their masters. After all, one Union officer said, they had been spies all their lives. One Northern agent, a black servant named Mary Elizabeth Bowser. In November of 1863, a Southern courier, Sam Davis, was sentenced to death in Pulaski, Tennessee for spying. On the scaffold, Davis's bravery proved so moving that the commanding general was unable to give the order of execution. Davis finally gave it himself. July 21st, Thursday, in front of Petersburg. The mine which General Burnside is making causes a good deal of talk and is generally much laughed at. It is an affair of its own entirely. It has nothing to do with the regular siege. For a month, a regiment of Pennsylvania coal miners worked to dig a 500-foot tunnel beneath the Confederate lines and pack it with 4 tons of gunpowder. Burnside's idea was to blow a hole in the Petersburg defenses, then rush through to take the town. Above ground, not far. At dawn on July 30th, Union sappers lit the fuse. A great crater was torn in the earth, 30 feet deep, 70 feet wide, 250 feet long. The stunned Confederates fell back. Then the plan began to fall apart. A precious hour went by before the Union assault force got started. When it did, 3 divisions stormed down into the great hole rather than around it. Their commander, General James H. Ledlie, did not even watch the battle, huddling instead in the bomb-proof shelter with a bottle of rum. Once inside the crater, the Union soldiers found there was no way up the sheer 30-foot wall of the pit. And no one had thought to provide ladders. General Mahone ordered his men back to the rim to pour fire down upon them. Scores of black troops were killed when they tried to surrender in the crater. Bayoneted or clubbed by Confederates shouted, "Take the white man, kill the nigger." The fair I've ever witnessed in my life. Such opportunity for carrying fortifications I've never seen. Not expected yet. Ulysses S. Grant.
They're going to ban your live.
General Ledlie was dismissed from the service. Burnside was granted extended leave and never recalled to duty.
July 30th, 1864. The work and expectations of almost 2 months have been blasted. First temporary success had elated everyone so much that we already had imagined ourselves in Petersburg. But 15 minutes changed it all and plunged everyone into a feeling of despair, almost of ever.
Hey, King. Martin Luther King cheated Dr. Martin.
Pushing anything. Few officers can be found this evening who have not drowned their sorrows in the flowing bowl. Washington Roman.
Yo, Phil. Hey, baby. Oh, you guys are around.
Elevates and equips elite young athletes through NIL branding to support their development and secure their future. Learn more at thisfoundation.org. Play with Forward Foundation. Creating opportunity.
I love them. I give you an embankment.
The day has been so excessively hot that I'm almost melted. The thermometer in the wardroom stands at 90 degrees, while on deck the weather is very pleasant, a fair breeze blowing from the
I'll
east.
give you a word now.
Everything is dirty, everything smells bad, everybody is demoralized. How are you, ironclad? A man who would stay in an ironclad from choice is a candidate for the insane asylum, and he who stays from compulsion is an object of pity. Fresh leaks are breaking out every day. Robert B. Eli.
For 2 full years now, Union troops had occupied Fort Pulaski at the entrance to Savannah Harbor, blocking Confederate supplies and waiting patiently for a Union army to come and seize the city itself. To fill the time, the men played baseball, fast becoming the national pastime, south as well as north. But 300 miles away, Sherman was stuck in the hills of North Georgia. The enemy must have at least 50 miles of connected trenches, he wrote. The whole country.
I think a damned old Testament preacher lied like Dixie, for he said that God had fought all our battles and won our victories. Now, if he's done all that, why is it not in the papers? And why has he not been promoted? Sergeant Albinus fell.
Is it possible that blasphemy and wickedness, coarseness and obscenity, horrible seat bumpers?
Men bet on anything. Boxing matches, horse races, baseball games, and cockfights. In Union camps, victorious birds named Grant and Bill Sherman fought losers called Beauregard, Jeff Davis, and Bob Lee.
We frequently have a louse race. The lice were placed in plates. The first that crawled off was the winner. There was one fella named Dornan who was winning all the money. We could not call on Dornan for a race. Dornan would come and always win the stake.
Oh yeah.
At last we found out Dornan's trick. He always heated the plate.
Who's your team? Bengals.
Dear
They're
Edward,
playing somebody.
it will
You
be
know they're gonna
hard
win.
to have all my sons go, but if it is right, I've nothing to say. As you value your good name, your peace of mind,
No,
and
Bucks
happiness
Cowboys
here and hereafter,
Bengals.
keep aloof from card playing, for imperceptibly you
Who
will
would
be
it be?
led, I fear, to gambling. Your devoted mother.
Bengals.
There were in all 450 brothels in Washington, D.C., known to steady customers as Fort Sumter, Madam Russell's Bake Oven, and Headquarters, USA. Men called a trip there going down the line.
I had a good time in Washington. Lager beer and a horse and buggy. And in the evening, horizontal refreshments. Or in plainer words, riding a Dutch gal. Had a good time generally, I tell you. Private Eli Veazey.
Love is an inside job, and it starts with you and you figuring out your stuff, you going to therapy if you need it, and getting happy. Because happiness is that.
In the city of New Orleans, you could see signs of smothered hate and prejudice to both our color and present character as Union soldiers. But for once in his life, your humble correspondent walked fearlessly and boldly through the streets of a southern city. And he did this without being required to take off his cap at every step. or to give all the sidewalks to those lordly princes of the sunny south, the Frankish sons. Oh, chivalry, how hast thou lost thy potent power and charms? By what means, pray tell me, hast thou so degenerated as to lose the respect and admiration even of the sable sons of Africa?
That summer, Congress finally passed legislation giving black soldiers equal pay with whites. On August 5th, 1864, Union Admiral David Farragut led 18 ships storming past 3 forts to engage the Confederate fleet guarding Mobile Bay. Farragut suffered from vertigo so intense he ordered himself lashed to the rigging of his damn the torpedoes full speed ahead, and rammed and shelled the rebel fleet into submission. It was the first good news for the Union and Lincoln all year.
In camp near Atlanta. Dear companion, I seek myself one time more in life to drop you a few lines. I am wore out marching. We have been running from one place to another for 5 days.
Back in Alabama, Benjamin Franklin Jackson's wife Martha awoke with a start. A mourning dove was sitting on her windowsill. She took it as a sign her husband had been killed and began to weep silently, so that her family would not hear her grief and think her superstitious. Her husband had been fatally wounded that morning in battle with Sherman's men.
Mine eyes have beheld the promised land. The domes and spires of Atlanta are glittering in the sunlight before us at only 8 miles distant.
Finally, Sherman was at Atlanta. For more than 2 months, Confederate General Joseph Johnston had kept his army intact, dodging Sherman's superior force and looking for the right moment to attack. The opportunity never came. An increasing the news came on 3-year-old John Bell Hood of Texas. His arm had been mangled at Gettysburg and he lost a leg at Chickamauga, but his recklessness remained intact. His men called him Old Wooden Head.
Hood is a bona fide. I am doubtful as to the other qualities necessary. Rabbi.
Sherman was delighted with Hood, sure he would be attacked at last. Many of his units were now armed with Henry repeating rifles, capable of firing 15 shots without being reloaded. Outgunned rebels complained the Yankees could now load on a Sunday and keep shooting all week. To cut off Atlanta's rail links with Richmond, Sherman sent 35-year-old General James McPherson's army east of the city. McPherson was a special favorite of Sherman's, handsome, warm-hearted, intelligent. If he lives, Sherman predicted, he'll outdistance Grant and myself. Northern papers cheered the Union advance, and daily predicted Atlanta's fall. But on July 22nd, Hood rushed to counter the new Union threat. The Battle of Atlanta had begun. It raged all afternoon, the lines forming, falling back, reforming, attacking again. At 2 o'clock, General McPherson sowed right into a band of rebel skirmishers. Ordered to surrender, McPherson raised his hat politely, turned his horse about, and raced for the Union lines. The rebels shot him in the back.
Sherman covered the body of his young friend with an American flag and wept.
Sherman had the rare faculty of remaining calm under great responsibilities and scenes of great excitement. At such times his eccentricities disappeared. His mind seemed never so clear, his confidence never so like that of the day when McPherson fell in front of Atlanta. General Jacob D. Cox.
Crying McPherson and revenge, boys, McPherson and revenge. The Union Army smashed down on the rebels. In less than 30 minutes, Hood was forced to withdraw. At Ezra Church, west of the city, Hood again tried to rout Sherman's army. Again he failed. 20,000 men.
I cannot describe it. I remember I went in the rear of the building, and there I saw a pile of arms and legs, rotting and decomposing. I have no recollection in my whole life of ever seeing anything that I remember with more horror. Sam Hunt.
Behind their ramparts, the Confederates waited for Sherman to attack. The Yankee gents can't get their men to charge our works, a Texan said. But Sherman saw no need to be so rash. He sealed off the city's supplies and waited. Federal guns began shelling the heavily fortified Confederate trenches in the city beyond.
This would be a big thing. Yeah. It happens right here.
Saturday, August 21st. Another week of anxiety and suspense has passed, and the fate of Atlanta is still undecided. It is said that about 20 lives have been destroyed by these terrible missiles since the enemy began to throw them into the city. It's like living in the midst of a pestilence. No one can tell, but he may be the next victim.
Outside Atlanta, things were no better. The enemy hold us by an inferior force, Sherman admitted as the siege dragged on. We are more besieged than they. Both Grant and Sherman, George Templeton Strong predicted from New York, are on the eve of disaster.
I've never seen before.
Every evening for a month during the siege, finally, on August, one more attempt to break Hood's grip. It worked. September 1st, 1864, Hood abandoned Atlanta. Sherman's troops marched in the next day.
Ours and fairly won.
September 3rd, 1864. Glorious news this morning. Atlanta taken at last. It is coming in this political crisis, the greatest event of the war. George Templeton Strong.
Dear General Sherman, honey, U.S. Grant.
In Sherman's honor, Grant ordered a 100-gun salute fired into the Confederate works at Petersburg.
Atlanta is gone. That agony is over. There is no hope, but we will try to have no fear.
To avenge Sherman's victories in Georgia, 6 Confederate agents slipped into New York City armed with phosphorus, intent upon burning down the city's most fashionable hotels. They managed to light 10 fires, set P.T. Barnum's museum ablaze. The firemen put everything out. All but one of the Confederates got away. The people of the North can't be rolling in wealth and comfort, the captured man said before he was hanged. While we at the South are bearing all the hardship and privations. From the front on his wedding anniversary, Robert E. Lee wrote home to his wife in Richmond.
Dear Mary, do you recollect what a happy day 33 years ago this was? How many hopes and pleasures it gave birth to. God has been very merciful and kind to us, and I'm thankless and sinful I've been. And they still haven't melted. May continue His mercies and blessings to us. Give us a little peace and rest together in His will.
And the one big thing is that you want to make sure, obviously, it's authentic. And even with the photo matches, there was no lineage of where it came from. The crazy thing is that each one of these photos came from J. Don Palmer, who played for us.
That man, Houghton, has built a bridge across the Potomac Creek, about 400 feet long, nearly 100 feet tall, over which loaded trains are running every hour, and there is nothing in it but bean poles and corn stalks. Abraham Lincoln.
Near Petersburg, the Union camp at City Point on the James River suddenly found itself one of the world's busiest seaports. Bakeries, barracks, warehouses, 200-acre tent hospitals, more than a mile of wharves. A new 70-mile railroad built by Herman Haupt in record time brings supplies and fresh troops at extravagance, a visitor wrote. Soldiers provided with everything. An industrial machine of unparalleled power now kept the war supplies streaming to the front. In Cleveland, Ohio, when the war began, there was not a single forge or foundry. When the war ended, there were 21, employing 3,000 men and turning out 60,000 tons of steel a year. By then, the Cold Spring Foundry opposite West Point on the Hudson was producing 7,000 artillery was carrying over 3,300 messages a day along 15,000 miles of wire.
The world has the age of shouting.
For shrewd northern businessmen, there were quick profits in Army contracts. Philip Armour gave up gold mining to strike at rich packing pork for the Army. Jay Cook sold war bonds, raised more than $400 million for the Union, and got rich on the commissions. Unscrupulous contractors sold the war manufacturer was asked why the soles of the shoes he supplied fell off after a few minutes marching. He explained that they had been meant for the cavalry.
Got the guts to ask. I think that the North fought that war with one hand behind his back. At the same time the war was going on, the Homestead Act was being passed, all these marvelous inventions were going on. In the spring of '64, the Harvard Yale boat races were going on, and not a man in either crew ever volunteered for the Army or the Navy. They didn't need me. I think that if it had been more Southern successes and a lot more, the North simply would have brought that other arm out from behind its back. I don't think the South ever had a chance to win.
If he wants one thing, he's going to have to pay is the original Jake Wilder, or in the original film.
Out west, Bloody Bill Anderson, a Confederate guerrilla who rode with Union scalps tied to his bridle, led 30 men into. On October 26th, Anderson himself was ambushed and killed. One of his close lieutenants, Jesse James, got away.
It's interesting how often people will say to me, well, you know, we're going through a rough patch in my relationship.
In Tennessee, Nathan Bedford Forrest men surrounded Fort Pillow, held by a unit of Tennessee Unionists and black troops, and demanded its surrender. The Union commander refused. The fort was overrun. As many as 300 soldiers, most of them black, were killed, many after they surrendered.
It is hoped that these facts will demonstrate to the northern people that Negro soldiers cannot cope with Southerners. Nathan Bedford Forrest.
I said, don't shoot me. One of them said, go out and hold my horse. I made a step or two. He said, turn around. I would hold my horse and shoot you too. I no sooner turned around than he shot me in the face. I fell down as if I was dead. He shot me again and hit my arm, knocked me. I laid there until I could hear him no more. And I started back. I got back about sunup. Wandered about until a gunboat came along. I came up on that with about 10 others. Private George Shaw, Company B, 6 U.S. Heavy Artillery.
You know, I'm a parent, and wouldn't we all like to make our kids have perfect behavior?
In retaliation for Fort Pillow, Grant ended the system under which prisoners had always been exchanged, until the South agreed to recognize no distinction whatever between white and colored prisoners. Davis and Lee refused. North and South prisons soon bulged with unexchanged prisoners. Already inadequate prison camps became nightmares. The worst was the Confederate prison near Andersonville, Georgia, meant to Confederacy. Its commandant, a German-Swiss immigrant named Henry Wirtz, forbade prisoners to build shelters. Most lived as within prisoners. Till the
focus on the positive in your partner instead of always catching them being bad, catch them being good. And having said this, I also want you to work on forgiveness. You know what forgiveness is? It is letting resentment go from your body. Work on forgiveness.
And colored prisoners.
And finally,
Davis and Lee refused. North and South prisons soon bulged with unexchanged prisoners. Already inadequate prison camps became nightmares. Georgia, meant to hold a maximum of 10,000 northern prisoners, by August 1864, it had 33,000, the fifth largest city in the Confederacy. Its commandant, a German-Swiss immigrant named Henry Wirtz, forbade prisoners to build shelters. Most lived in holes scratched in the ground. The daily ration was a teaspoon of salt, 3 tablespoons of beans, and a half pint of cornmeal. A foul creek called Sweetwater Branch served as both drinking water and sewer.
1/3 of the original enclosure was swampy, a mud of liquid filth, voiding from the thousands, seething with maggots and full activity. Death at the hands of the guards, though murder in cold blood, was merciful besides the systematic, studied, absolute murder inside by slow death.
And I'm thinking, this woman hasn't been in a long-term marriage. It's been that both partners wanted the same amount on the same day. It's crazy to get that. Somebody is always saying, oh, all right. I mean, that's just how it works.
In 1 year, 13,000 men died at Andersonville and were buried in mass graves.
Your calls live and going to social media. The phone number is 1-800-520-1KFI. 1-800-520-1534.
Can those be men? Are they not really corpses? They lay there, most of them, quite still, but with a horrible look in their eye called living. Walt Whitman.
When I was taken prisoner, I weighed 165 pounds. And when I came out, I weighed 96 pounds. I was considered stout compared with some I saw.
My heart, and I am afraid God will suffer some terrible retribution to fall upon us for letting such things happen. If the Yankees should ever come to southwest Georgia and go to Anderson and see the graves there, God have mercy.
With Sherman's victory in Atlanta, Lincoln's chances of re-election were improving. And now came more bad news for the Confederacy. Phil Sheridan and 45,000 men were on the loose in the Shenandoah.
The whole country from the Blue Ridge to the North Mountains has been made untenable for a rebel army. I've destroyed over 2,000 barns filled with wheat, hay, and farming implements, and over 70 mills. Tomorrow I will continue the destruction. When this is completed, the valley will have but little in it for man or beast. General Phil Sheridan.
He was sent there to clear it out once and for all. His instructions were to strip it so plain that a crow flying across it.
Were to follow Jubal Early to the death. Before dawn on October 18th, Jubal Early tried one last time to destroy Sheridan's army by attacking him. At first, it seemed Early had succeeded. Union forces were driven from their camps. Sheridan mounted his great black horse, Rienzi, and galloped through his retreating men, urging them. God damn you, Sheridan shouted. Don't cheer me, fight. The Union lines reformed and won back the field. Early fled. Shenandoah was closed forever to the Confederacy.
Dear Nat, I think well of the present, with its strange mouth, its deep-cut crisscross lines, and its donut complexion. I do not dwell on the supposed or rely upon his idiomatic Western genius. Walt Whitman.
Harper's Weekly. Abraham Lincoln and Andrew Johnson have been elected by enormous and universal majorities in almost all of the American people that they are not conquered. This is what they confirmed by the re-election of Mr. Lincoln. In himself, he is unimportant, but as the representative of the feeling and purpose of the American people, he is the most important fact in the world. I give thanks to the Almighty for this evidence of the people's resolution. This contest has demonstrated to the world that a people's government can sustain a national election in the midst of a great civil war. Sherman's and Sheridan's victories had changed the odds. Lincoln carried 55% of the popular vote. Only 3 states, Kentucky, Delaware, and New Jersey, went to George McClellan. Virtually all of the general's old command, the Union Army of the...
That grand old army performed many heroic acts, but never in its history did it do a more devoted service than vote for Abraham Lincoln.
Joe Flacco. Baby Mercury.
Not the
Really?
fall
I
of
can't
Richmond,
think of anybody
nor
else.
Wilmington, nor Charleston, nor Savannah, nor Mobile, nor all combined can save the enemy from the constant and exhaustive drain of blood and treasure which must continue until he shall discover that no peace is attainable unless based on the recognition of our indefeasible rights. President Jefferson Davis.
If it hadn't begun before, the lost cause was born with his words. As Davis spoke at Richmond, his audience could hear Grant's guns at Petersburg, just 20 miles away. More and more,
It was a realization that defeat was foreordained. Miss Chestnut, for instance, said it's like in a Greek tragedy, where you know what the outcome is bound to be, and we're living a Greek tragedy. And things began to close in on them more and more. There was scarcely blockade was working. They couldn't get very simple things like needles to sew with, very simple things. And discouragement began to settle in more and more with the realization that they were not going to win that war. Their political leaders did everything they could, especially Jefferson Davis, to assure them that this was the Second American Revolution, and if they would stand fast the way their forefathers had, the victory was unquestionably going to come. But the realization came more and more that it was not going to come, and especially that they were not going to get foreign recognition, without which we wouldn't have won the first revolution, and all those things flowed.
in the north, the reservoir of men seemed bottomless. Whole units, like the 3rd Massachusetts Volunteers, had still never heard a shot fired in anger. Lincoln now issued a proclamation making the last Thursday in November a national day of Thanksgiving. In the trenches of Petersburg, 120,000 turkey and chicken dinners were served to Grant's huge army. Only yards away, the Confederates had no feast, but held their fire all day out of respect for the Union holiday. Lincoln called for more men to finish the war. The South had no more men to spare. And William Tecumseh Sherman had begun his march to the sea.
We lay in grim repose and expected the renewal of the mortal conflict. The conviction everywhere prevailed that we could sustain but one more campaign. Captain James F.J. Caldwell.
On the night of November 25th at the Winter Garden Theater on Broadway, Shakespeare's Julius Caesar opened. The three brothers had the starring roles, Edwin, Junius, and John Wilkes Booth. At one point in Shakespeare's play, Cassius speaks of the assassination of Caesar. How many ages hence shall this our lofty scene be acted over? In states
Captain Clapp, 77th New York, wounded at Petersburg. Captain Smith, 77th New York, wounded at Wilderness.
Chad Johnson's 85.
Captain Taylor, 61st Pennsylvania, wounded at Spotsylvania.
So he'd be like, fuck yeah, it worked. Somebody knew my fucking number. Really? Yeah. And it's all that matters. Well, I'm born in 85. I'm born in 02.
Captain Hickman, 49th New York, killed at Wilderness. Lieutenant Lyon, 77th New York, killed in Spotsylvania. Lieutenant Belden, Union officers, all killed in battle.
It really looks as if it would never end. The most inspiring sight is the flock of buzzards constantly hovering over us and waiting for their feast. Those birds are at least impartial because they eat both sides alike. The same, I suppose, is true of worms. Washington Roper.
Union dead completely filled the military cemeteries of Washington and Alexandria. Choose a new site. Meigs was a Georgian who had served under Lee in the peacetime Army Cemetery and ordered that the Union dead be laid to rest within a few feet of the front door of the man he blamed for their deaths, so that no one. In October, Meigs' own son John was killed by Confederates. Now the men Grant was sending to fight Robert E. Lee were being buried in Lee's own front yard. And that yard became Arlington National Cemetery, the Union's most hallowed ground.
That's why you do nice things with fans. This guy's trucking. Those are my truckers. Shout to the soldiers. No, fuck those guys. Really? Yeah.
South my weather from KFI. We do have light showers out there right now. This has been happening on and off throughout the day. Overnight, there's 50s in the 40s and 50s. More rain tomorrow. We'll have highs in the upper 50s to low 60s inland and along the coast. Here's the good news, though. We should be clearing out with the rain by Tuesday, staying dry for the rest of the week with sunshine coming back by Thursday, and then sunny again on Friday with temperatures of upper 60s to near 70. Right now it's 55 in Aaron, 50s on 6 and will be
We believe in the principle that the union is indissoluble.
my freshman year of high school, mostly because all my friends had this. I wanted to sit in the sun and just cool.
We, or many of us at least, also believe that the conflict was inevitable and that slavery had lasted long enough. But we equally believe that those who stood against us held just as sacred convictions that were the opposite of ours, and we respected them as every man with a heart must respect those who give all for their belief. Oliver Wendell Holmes.
We are the veterans of the Civil War. 61 years of the Hawkins.
As a Southerner, I would say one of the main importances of the war is that Southerners have a sense of defeat, which none of the rest of the country has. You see in the movie Patton, the actor who plays Patton saying, "We Americans have never lost the Army of Northern Virginia," and he certainly lost the war.
In Afghanistan, Russian troop movements along the border were a cause of great international concern. At a monastery in Austria, Gregor Mendel established the principle of heredity. And in Ireland, the poet William Butler Yeats was born. In 1865, in America, Samuel Clemens published his first short story as Mark Twain. The 13th Amendment abolishing slavery was formally ratified, and the Ku Klux Klan was formed. In 1860, most of the nation's people lived peaceably on farms or in small towns. By 1865, everything had changed. Sharpsburg, Maryland, Fredericksburg, Virginia, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, Vicksburg, Mississippi. Atlanta, Georgia. By the beginning of 1865, the Confederacy was dying. In the West, only the tattered Confederate Army blankets and shoes had been fighting. Outside Petersburg, Elisha Hunt Roads and 120,000 other Union troops were dug in, unable to dislodge the stubborn rebel army. Atlanta had been raised, and Georgia and the Carolinas lay helpless in William Tecumseh Sherman. And Robert E. Lee assumed command of all Southern forces, and with it the hopeless task of hurling back the huge Union armies now closing in from every side. With victory within his grasp, Abraham Lincoln looked forward to a second presidential term, a new challenge, healing the nation he had struggled so hard to reunite.
Here was the greatest and most moving chapter in American history, a blending of meanness and greatness, an ending and a beginning. It came out of what men were, but it did not go as men had planned. Of all men, Abraham Lincoln came the closest to understanding what had happened. Yet even he, in his final backward glance, had to confess that something that went beyond words had been at work in the land. The Almighty had his own purposes. Bruce Campbell.
My aim was to whip the rebels, to humble their pride, to follow them to their innermost recesses, and to make them fear and dread us.
Is it? Mm-hmm.
War is cruel. There's no use trying to reform it.
They're trying to do it.
The crueler it is, the sooner it'll be over. William Tecumseh Sherman.
War is all hell, William Tecumseh Sherman once said, and it was now his aim to bring that hell to the heart of the Confederacy.
He saw from the very beginning how hard a war was going to be. And when he said how hard a war was going to be, he was retired under suspicion of insanity. And then brought back when they decided maybe he wasn't so crazy after all. Sherman is maybe the first truly modern general. He was the first one to understand in the present day world that the civilians were the backers up of things, and that if you went against civilians, you deprived the army of what kept it going. So he quite purposely made war against civilians.
From Atlanta in late 1864, Sherman proposed to march his army through the heart of Georgia all the way to Savannah. His army would live off the land, destroying everything in its path that could conceivably aid the faltering Confederacy. And a good deal it couldn't. I can make this march, he promised, and make Georgia howl. Lincoln's advisors thought Sherman's plan foolhardy. The president approved it. If you can whip Lee, and I can march to the Atlantic, Sherman told Grant, I think Uncle Abe will give us 20 days leave to see the young folks.
There are rumors that we're to cut loose and march south to the ocean. We're in fine shape and I think could go anywhere Uncle Billy would lead. Private Theodore Upson.
Before leaving Atlanta, Sherman ordered all townspeople, white and black, out of their homes, then directed his men to burn or destroy anything of use to the rebels. Civilians looted the town and helped spread the blaze throughout the city.
Now in flames. The heaven is one expanse of lurid fire. The air is filled with flying cinders. The city, which next to Richmond has furnished more material for prosecuting the war than any other in the South, exists no more as a means for impunity used by the enemies of the Union.
Sherman began his march. 62,000 men in blue were on the move in two great columns. Their supply train.
The humiliation of the United States for all time. If you succeed, it will be written on the tablet of fame.
Outside the old rebel works, he paused to look back. Behind us lay Atlanta in ruins. The black smoke rising hot. Became a thing of the past.
It had been cumulative evidence that an army could and they were a moving city like. They would grind their own corn at grist mills along the way, butcher their own cattle. Sherman was perfectly satisfied he could make the march without difficulty with the gun supply. And in fact, they ate better on that march than they did not marching. Sweet potatoes were particularly prized, and pork, they had plenty.
This is probably the most gigantic pleasure excursion ever planned. It already beats everything I ever saw soldiering. Promises to prove much richer yet.
We had a guerrilla campaign, destroyed all we could not eat, stole their niggers, burned their cotton and gin, spilled their sorghum, burned and twisted their railroads, and raised hell, generally.
Sherman's men tore up railroads, eating trademark. Sherman's neckties. He forbade his men to plunder the homes they passed, but neither he nor they took the order very seriously.
And scrape a pig without breaking ranks.
They say no living thing is found in Sherman's track, only chimneys, like telegraph poles to carry the news of his attack backwards. Mary Chestnut.
I doubt if history affords a parallel to the deep and bitter enmity of the women of the South. No one who sees them and hears, but must feel the intensity of their hate.
As far as the eye could reach, the lurid flames of burning houses lit up the heavens. Could stand out on the veranda and for 2 or 3 miles watch the Yankees as they came on. Could mark when they reached the residence of each and every friend on the road.
The troops looted slave cabins as well as mansions, poked their ramrods into flower beds in search of buried valuables, and burned everything in their path.
Gone. I hate that trip. My hens, chickens, fowl, my young pigs are shot down in my yard as if they were the rebels.
The cruelties brought to blast a more sacred cause than ours. We hardly deserve success. At Milledgeville, Georgia, Sherman's men boiled their coffee over bonfires of Confederate currency, held a mock session of the legislature, passed. They were Union escapees from Andersonville prison. The Indiana colonel remembered that the sight of the starved men sickened and infuriated his troops. Thousands of their destruction. $1 worth of havoc. The South would never forget.
We will fight you to the death. Better to die 1,000 deaths than submit.
By moving north to join forces with Nathan Bedford Forrest's cavalry and invade Tennessee. Sherman was delighted. If he will go to the Ohio River, I'll give him rations, he said. Fresh, well-equipped Union Army, a third again as large, ordered a series of 13 hopeless charges in which 12 Confederate generals and 7,000 soldiers were lost. Battles of the 7 days in 1862.
Franklin is a horrendous battle. And Flower, the enemy, fell. The army was wrecked. The defeated Nashville was in large part due to what had happened in Franklin.
My boot was full of blood and my clothing saturated with it. I reached General Hood's headquarters. He was much agitated and affected, pulling his hair with his one hand, he had one, and crying like his heart would break, saying what?
Hood's army had disintegrated. I beheld for the first and only time, he confessed, a Confederate army abandon the field in confusion. Hood resigned. Lee recalled Joe Johnston to active duty and put him in charge of patching together whatever Confederate forces remained outside of Virginia.
See, if you can talk sports,
we were willing to go anywhere or to follow anyone who would lead us. We were anxious to...
Gentlemen, you cannot qualify war in harsher terms than I will. We cannot change the hearts of these people. I'm so sick of war that generations will pass away before they again appeal to it. Wait a minute, comes in Sherman.
Darkest of all Decembers ever my life has known. Sitting here by the embers, stunned, helpless, alone. Mary Chestnut.
My name is Charles Jess. I was born in South Carolina as a slave, and I was freed when Sherman's army came into the county of Chatham. I was a Union man. I was a slave and could not be anything else because I wanted my freedom. And I hoped and expected it would give me my freedom. As it did.
The Negroes followed the army like a sable cloud in the sky before a thunderstorm. They thought it was freedom now or never.
25,000 slaves fled to Shep, fearful that if they strayed too far from his columns, perfect anarchy reigned, one plantation owner said. It was, said another, the breath of emancipation.
They gather around me in crowds, and I can't find out whether I am Moses or Aaron, but surely I am rated as one of the congregation.
It seems the good people in the north are terribly worried about us. They called us the Lost Army, and some thought we would never show up again. I don't think they know what kind of an army this is that Uncle Billy has. Why, if Grant can keep Lee and his troops busy, we can tramp all over this Confederacy. Private Theodore Ups.
Throughout the North, people wondered what had happened to Sherman's army. Until suddenly, William Tecumseh Sherman emerged near Savannah.
December 25th, 1864. Dear Mr. President, I beg to present you as a Christmas gift the city of Savannah with 150 heavy guns and plenty of ammunition, also about 25,000 bales of cotton.
It had regrouped
Oh, it's so
in
funny.
South Carolina.
We're gonna when we
South
welcome
Carolina
Robinsons
gets
into
even
a
worse than
fucking
Georgia.
into the jungle
Because they
forever,
figure that's
it's gonna
where
be like,
secession
yeah,
is.
Robinson.
Falling, Confederate generals were confident no army could
Well, I
march
think
through
guys
the
come in
mud.
like, yeah,
But Sherman
6
and his
foot,
men made a
180.
steady 10 miles a day. Battalions of axemen led the way, hacking down whole forests to construct corduroy roads.
When I learned that Sherman's army was marching through the Salkehatchie swamps, making its own roads at the rate of a dozen miles a day and bringing its artillery and wagons with it, I made up my mind that there had been no such army in existence since the days of Julius Caesar. Joseph E. Johnston.
Sherman's men were still harsher in South Carolina than they had been in Georgia. Here is where treason began, a private said. By God, this is where it shall end. Few houses were left standing.
The wind moans among the bleak chimneys and whistles through the gaping windows. The marble bell, secession, that rung out every state as it seceded. I am half buried in the earth.
On February 17, 1865, Fort Sumter was abandoned, along with all of Charleston. This disappointment, Jefferson Davis admitted, is extremely bitter.
A city of ruins, of desolation, of vacant houses, of widowed women, of rotten grass-grown streets, of acres of pitiful and voiceful barrenness. That is Charleston, wherein rebellion loftily reared its head.
Everywhere the Union armies marched, the back roads filled with Confederate refugees.
ESPN.
There should be written on its tombstone, died of a theory, President Jefferson Davis.
I have been up to see the Congress.
A single stick of firewood cost $5. $5 in Richmond. A barrel of flap. Risen to $250 and could rarely be found even at that price.
I daily with my raiment for food. We find no one who will exchange eatables.
Barefoot, driven by desperate letters from home.
Lee asked that slaves now be armed, whether the Negroes shall fight for us or against us. Those willing to fight, he added, would be freed after the war. The Confederate Congress found anything he may ask for. 6 days later, the end of the revolution. And if slaves seem good soldiers, then our whole theory of slavery is wrong. Senator Howell Cobb, Georgia. Earlier that winter, the United States Congress had voted 119 to 56 to pass the 13th Amendment to abolish slavery.
I see the president almost.
This is my phone. This is my password.
Every day. I saw him this morning about 8:30 coming into business. But he's got so I see very plainly Abraham Lincoln's dark brown face, its deep cut lines, the eyes always to me with a late direct expression in this man's face. There's something else there. One of the great portrait painters of 2 or 3 centuries ago is needed. Walt Whitman.
March 4th, we captured 25 cannon. General Moore fired them today in a salute in honor of the inauguration of Mr. Lincoln for his second term. His first inauguration was not celebrated in North Carolina. But the glorification over the beginning of his second term goes to make up the deficiency. George Nichols.
Oh, enough this asshole.
This thing is massive. They call it the old oak. Well, anytime you hear the word the old oak, you know what you're talking about. The old oak. It has to be a tree that has a giant circumference for us to refer to it as an old, like the old oak. The old oak. Right. So you know it's a giant tree. So some estimated to be a few hundred years old. But this fall, it crushes these cars. So I'm not doing that, right? So I should be complaining.
Inauguration Day was cold and windy, just as it had been 4 years earlier. But the U.S. Capitol was now complete, its great iron dome in place.
Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. 150 years of unrequited toil shall be sunken, and until every drop of blood drawn with the lash shall be paid by another, must be said. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. With malice towards none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
Can it be anyone but Lincoln?
Oh, fuck.
That any of us
Oh, shit.
could be drawn to as the central figure of the war? Because in a way, he comprehended both sides. That we must not.
Afterwards, sometimes I think I'm the tiredest man on earth. In the crowd, just a few yards from Lincoln, was the young actor John Wilkes Booth, a pistol in his pocket. His vantage point on the balcony was set up if I had wished. John Wilkes Booth was a fervent believer in slavery and white supremacy, actually to fight for the Southern cause.
I have begun to deem myself a coward,
and to despise my own.
His mind. Booth hatched a scheme to kidnap Lincoln, gathered a worshipful band of dubious conspirators willing to help out. Lewis Payne, a wounded Confederate who had recently sworn allegiance to the Union. David E. Carroll, a druggist clerk who was thought by some to be mentally retarded. George Ezra, a German-born wagon painter, barely able to make himself understood in English. John H. Surratt, a sometime Confederate spy, whose widowed mother Mary kept a Washington boarding house. Booth and his admirers sometimes met. 2 weeks after the inauguration, Booth and his accomplices, all wearing masks, rode out toward the soldiers' home, where Lincoln often slept, to intercept his carriage. The president never came. So goes the world, Booth wrote. Might makes right. Late in March, Lincoln sailed down to City Point, Virginia, to confer with his generals aboard Grant's floating headquarters, the River Queen. Sherman, who had interrupted his march through the Carolinas, had met Lincoln only once before, in 1861. He found him then a weak and partisan politician, unequal to his task. The talks lasted 2 days. Grant, Sherman, and Admiral Porter detailed plans for one last major campaign. Lincoln, satisfied that victory seemed that the rebels would lay down their guns and go home, Lincoln said. They should be welcomed back as citizens of the United States.
I never saw him again. Of all the men I ever met, he seemed to me to possess more of the elements of greatness, combined with goodness, than
My own corps was stretched until the men stood like a row of vedettes, 15 feet apart. It was not a line. Ulysses S. Grant and Robert E. Lee had faced one another in front of Petersburg for 9 months. Slowly, steadily, Grant had extended his trenches around Petersburg. Lee's lines had been forced to stretch too, but his army was shrinking. In 9 months, the thinning Confederate lines around Petersburg finally extended 53 miles. Grant's forces numbered 125,000. Lee's had dwindled to 35,000. Lee's only hope lay in moving his army to the southwest. Confederates under John B. Gordon mounted a sudden night assault and briefly won possession of an earthwork called Fort Stedman. It was Lee's last advance. Grant counterattacked, racing around the rebel flank to block Lee's escape of 5 Forks. There, on April 1st, he routed a Confederate division under George Pickett. The next day, Union forces attacked all along the Petersburg line. Slowly, relentlessly, and at great cost, they drove the Confederates out of their trenches. Among the Southern dead left behind were shoeless boys as young as 14.
Appears many times, truly no. It almost makes one sorry to have to fight against people who show such devotion for their homes and their country. Washington.
A.P. Hill, who had served Lee faithful to Union infantrymen, shot him dead as he rode between the lines.
he is at rest, and we who are left are the ones to suffer.
Petersburg, the scene of 9-month siege, fell to Grant's army. As black civilians cheered the black soldiers that led the Union columns into the city, Lee's army slipped across the Appomattox River. In Richmond, Jefferson Davis was attending 10 o'clock services that Sunday morning at St. Paul's Episcopal Church when the sexton handed him a message.
President Davis, my lines are broken in 2 places. Richmond must be evacuated this evening.
A gray pallor came upon his face as he read a scrap of paper thrust into his hand.
Davis hurried from the church and ordered his government to move to Danville, Virginia, 140 miles to the south. On the evening of April 2nd, Davis and his cabinet boarded the last train, a series of freight cars labeled Treasury Department, Quartermaster's Department, War Department.
We tried to comfort ourselves by saying, that General Lee would make a stand and repulse the daring enemy, and that we would yet win the battle of the day.
A slave dealer named Lumpkin failed to get his 50 chained slaves aboard. He had to unlock $50,000 worth of property in the street and let them go. The retreating Confederates set fire to much of Richmond. Mobs plundered stores, broke into abandoned houses. The fire on land spread to the Confederate arsenal. The explosion rocked the city, shattered windows for miles around.
Everything was in the wildest confusion. The low characters of the town had broken into everything and were leaving the town, being aided to a considerable extent by the soldiers who had broken through all discipline.
I saw a Confederate soldier on horseback pause under my window, wheeled and fired behind him, rode a short distance, wheeled and fired again. Coming up the street, rode a body of men in blue.
Arriving at the Capitol, I sprang from my horse, first unbuckling the stars and stripes from my saddle, and with Captain Langdon, I rushed up to the roof. Together, we hoisted the first large flag over Richmond, and on the peak of the roof drank to its success.
The Union commander posted a guard before her house, a black cavalryman, to ensure no harm came to her.
April 3rd, 1865. Thank God I have lived to see this. I want to see Richmond.
On April 3rd, Abraham Lincoln and his son Tad arrived at Rocket's Wharf Cavalry. Free clothes. I know I am free, said one man, for I have seen Father Abraham and felt him. The president walked about a mile. When he sat down at Jefferson Davis's desk, the troops outside burst into cheers.
Richmond has fallen. and I have no heart to write about it. They are too many for us. Everything lost in Richmond, even our archives. Blue-black is our horizon. Mary Chestnut.
The stretches of devastation, a wreck, the loneliness seem interminable. There is no sound of life, but the stillness of the category. Only as our footsteps fall dull on the deserted sidewalk, and the funeral troop of echoes bump against the dead walls and closed shutters in reply. And this is Richmond, says a melancholy voice.
Place shaded by trees, and early spring flowers were opening on nearly every grave. It was so quiet and attractive that we stopped. Mary, you are younger than I. You will survive me. When I'm gone, lay my remains in some quiet place like this.
General Lee was riding slowly along the line of tangled wagons. He rode erect, as if incapable of fatigue.
Lee's army fled westward. Grant was right behind them.
On and on, hour after hour, from hilltop to hilltop, the lines were alternately forming, fighting and retreating, making one shout it back, "I'm running 'cause I can't fly."
From Danville on April 4th, Jefferson Davis issued a proclamation pledging to fight on.
Relieved from the necessity of guarding cities, with our army free to move from point to point, nothing is now needed to render our triumph certain but our own unquenchable resolve. No peace will ever be made with the infamous invaders.
On April 6th at Sailor's Creek, Union cavalry and infantry inflicted 6,000 casualties on Lee's army and captured 8 generals, including Lee's own son, Custis. He now had fewer than 25,000 men. 125,000 federal troops were now closing in on Lee from 3 sides. Union General Phil Sheridan wired Grant, "If the thing is pressed, I think that Lee will surrender." "Let the thing be pressed," Lincoln answered. An officer urged Lee to surrender. The general asked what the country would think of him if he failed to fight on. "The country be damned," said the officer. "There is no country. There has been no country for a year or more. You are the country to these men."
The few men who still carried their muskets had hardly the appearance of soldiers. Their clothes all tattered and covered with mud, their eyes sunken and close to us. Yet still they were waiting for General Lee to say where they were to face about and fight. Magnus Thompson, 35th Virginia Cavalry Battalion.
Lee's Confederate army was moving along one side of the Appomattox River, a willow-fringed run that any country boy could jump. His pursuers clung to the opposite bank.
"5 p.m., April 7th, 1865, General Lee. The
result of last week must convince you of the hopelessness of further resistance. I regard it as my duty to shift from myself the responsibility of any further infusion of blood by asking the surrender of that portion of the Confederate States Army known as the Army of Northern Virginia. On April 8th, Grant again flanked Lee's army and captured 2 trainloads of supplies. Confederates were living on handfuls of parched corn.
We met in the woods at his headquarters by a low-burning bivouac fire. There was no tent, no table, no chairs, no camp stools. On blankets spread upon the ground or on saddles at the roots of trees, we sat around the great commander, General John B.
5-1, without hope of resupply or reinforcement.
By sunrise, we had reached Appomattox Station, where we might cut Lee's retreat. Already we heard the sharp ring of the horse artillery. There was no mistake. Sheridan was square across the enemy's front, holding at bay all that was left of the proudest army of the Confederacy. It had come at last, the supreme hour.
April 9th was Palm Sunday. Lee ordered Gordon to make one more attempt at breaking out. At dawn, just outside Appomattox Court, below them, a solid wall of blue was advancing, the entire Union Army of the James.
There is nothing left for me.
Shortly before noon, Lee dispatched a letter under a white flag into the Union lines. Grant was resting in a field, nursing a blinding headache. Suddenly, a horseman galloped up at full speed, a reporter noted. But his hat above his head and shouting at every jump. Grant opened the envelope, looked at it, then asked his friend General John Rollins to read it aloud. Would surrender. Grant himself said nothing, betrayed no.
New details into what was Punky's murder George Wagner faces the judge and jury. No Wagner family DNA was found at the crime scene.
Motion, a witness said, than last year's bird nest. But his headache.
Listen to the Postmaster Season 4 Child Begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Every school day was a baby day for me. It wasn't a social thing anymore. Suddenly it became something I'm doing. That in itself been a big motivation to quit.
Instantly disappeared.
No one looked his comrade in the face. Finally, Colonel Duff, chief of artillery, sprang upon a log and proposed 3 cheers. A feeble hurrah came from a few throats when all broke down.
Lee dispatched Colonel Charles Marshall to Appomattox Courthouse to find a suitable building in which he and Grant might meet. The streets were almost deserted. Marshall stopped the first headquarters.
He removed from Manassas after the battle with the intention of seeking some quiet nook where the alarms of war could never find him. 1 o'clock came. I turned about. These gathered into intense thought. He seemed greater than I had ever seen him. A look as of another world about him.
Magnificent in a crisp gray uniform, an engraved sword at his side. I have probably to be General Grant's prisoner, he explained to an aide, and thought I must make my best appearance. He waited half an hour for Grant to arrive. The Union commander wore a private's dirty jacket. His boots and trousers were splattered with mud. He had no sword. The 2 commanders shook hands.
What General Lee's feelings were, I do not know. His feelings were entirely concealed from my observation. But my own feelings were sad and depressed. I felt like anything rather than rejoicing at the downfall of a foe who had fought so long and valiantly, and had suffered so much for a cause, though that cause was, I believe, one of the worst for which people ever fought.
Grant reminded Lee that they had met once before during the Mexican.
They knew each other. Grant remembered Lee very well from the time that they were acquainted back in the early days. But I think it was the sensitivity that the two men had for each other, and for the moment, enormous dignity and yet the necessary informality. Lee bringing him up shortly to the point of why they're together. Lee dressed in his last good uniform. Grant apologizing that he was rushing from the field and didn't have time to change. They described that, from Lee's point of view, awful moment, and from Grant's point of view, a sad and quiet moment. And Lee taking his leave and doffing his hat from traveler and riding back to his troops after securing those reasonable terms. It was the beginning of the unification of the country.
The terms Grant offered were simple and generous. Confederate officers could keep their sidearms and personal possessions. Officers and men who owned their own horses could keep them too. It was planting season. Grant asked, but he was sure all his men were hungry. Grant offered 25,000 rations. Colonel Eli S. Parker, a Seneca Indian and a member of Grant's staff, inscribed the Articles of Surrender for the two commanders to sign. The two men shook hands again. Lee left the house, mounted Traveler, and started back toward his army. The Union soldiers began to cheer. Grant ordered them to stop. Confederates are now our prisoners, he explained, and we do not want to exult over their downfall. The war is over. The rebels are our countrymen again. Lee's men lined the road to his camp.
As he approached, we could see the reins hanging loose, and his head was sunk low on his breast. As the men began,
As he passed, they raised their heads and looked upon him with swimming eyes. Those who could find voice said goodbye. Those who could not.
If one army drank the joy of victory and the other the bitter draught of defeat, it was a joy moderated by the recollection of the cost at which it had been purchased, and a defeat mollified by the consciousness of many triumphs. If the victors could recall a Malvern Hill, an Antietam, a Gettysburg, a Five Forks, the vanquished could recall a Manassas, a Fredericksburg, a Chancellorsville, a Cold Harbor.
A crowd of soldiers waited in front of Lee's tent. Boys, he told them, I have done the best I could for you. Go home now. And if you make as good citizens as you have soldiers, you will do well. And I shall always be proud of you. Goodbye, and God bless you all. He turned and disappeared into his tent. The formal surrender came 3 days later. General John B. Gordon, shot through the face and wounded 4 more times in the service of the Confederacy, led 20,000 men toward the Union lines for the last time, not to fight, but to stack their arms and surrender their battle flags. There to receive them was Major General Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain, himself wounded 6 times for the Union. Promoted on the field at Petersburg near death, he had somehow survived.
On they come with the old swinging root step and swaying battle flags, before us in proud humiliations to the embodiment of manhood. Thin, worn, and famished, but erect, and with eyes looking level into ours, waking memories that bound us together as no other bond. Was not such manhood to be welcomed back into the union so tested and assured? On our part, not a sound of trumpet more, nor roll of drum, not a cheer, nor word, nor whisper of vainglorying, nor motion of man, but an awed stillness rather, and breath-holding, as if it were the passing of the dead. Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain.
Now, Chamberlain made an extraordinary gesture.
Chamberlain called his men into line, and as my men marched in front of them, the veterans in blue gave a soldierly salute to those vanquished heroes. A token of respect from Americans to Americans. General John B. Gordon.
At the sound of that machine-like snap of arms, General Gordon started, then wheeled his horse facing me, touching him gently with the spur so that the animal slightly reared. And as he wheeled, horse and rider made one motion. The horse's head swung down with a graceful bow, and General Gordon dropped his sword point to his toe in salutation.
Sky, a great crowd gathered around the White House and called for Lincoln. He was too weary to make a formal speech, but asked the band to play Dixie. I have always thought it one of the best tunes I ever heard, he said. The next day, Lincoln walked over to Alexander Gardner's studio at the corner of 7th and D Street to sit for another portrait. Somehow, the glass plate negative cracked while being developed. The photographer made a single print, then threw the negative away. Over the next 4 years, there would be plenty of time to make more Lincoln portraits. Just a few blocks away, a friend found John Wilkes Booth alone in his darkened room and asked him if he wanted to get a drink. Yes, said Booth, who was now drinking a quart of brandy a day. Anything to drive away the blues.
the backyard chicken. I got a good friend that does the backyard chicken thing too, and I just go, that friend, who actually got this chicken? Yeah, it's not cute after you get woken up and you have to crack it on a couple times. No, it's not. Why does a big egg get involved in these backyard chicken farms, especially if people are selling them unregulated to their neighbors? That's unlawful conduct. Well, honestly, if you'll pardon me for disagreeing with you, I don't know that
Were these things real? Did I see those brave and noble countrymen of mine laid low in death and weltering in their blood? Did I see our country laid waste and in ruins? Did I see soldiers marching, the earth trembling and beneath their measured tread? Did I see the ruins of smoldering cities and deserted homes? Did I see the flag of my country that I'd followed so long, furled to be no more, unfurled forever?
Is that we're not supposed to blame the large corporations we expect to blame supplying to me. Or the chicken meat truck, we have to blame the
Surely they are but the vagaries of mine own, but hush. I now hear the approach of battle. That low rumbling sound in the west is the roar of cannon in the distance.
Strange, is it not, that battles, martyrs, blood, even assassination should so condense a nationality? Walt Whitman.
It is the event in American history in that it is the moment that made the United States as a nation. And I mean that in different ways. The United States was obviously a nation out, and therefore required a war to make a real nation out of what was a theoretical nation as it was designed in the Constitutional Convention.
Before the war, it was said the United States are. Grammatically, it was spoken that way and thought of as a collection of independent states. And after the war, it was always the United States is, as we say today, without being self-conscious. And that sums up.
The Confederate States of America had once stretched.
What's going on? I can't believe it. We're not going to let him get away with it. And so he pulled up behind this Tesla, kind of cut him off, and then pulled the front, hit the brakes, stopped, got out, and the guy comes out and he starts beating on him. First of all, what's the matter with this guy? Second of all, what carries a pipe with them in the front seat just in case? Who in the hell does that? Totally exposed that possible. But it bothers me because we don't know where that pipe's been. Right? So my wife she told me about the story. She sends me this TikTok. And the TikTok is from this guy, I believe it's T-I-C-T-Y-E-N-T is the TikToker's name. And he's sort of putting a call out to all of his followers. I suppose that's what you call the people that watch his TikTok. And he says, we got to bring this guy in. And there's some footage too. There's people have seen this guy. They got a photo of him. I don't know how he hasn't been caught yet already. This was the TikTok on the Tesla road rage. So I've been trying to find this Tesla road rage in Los Angeles, and now even more victims of his have come forward.
So he got out of his vehicle, I punched the car, and he then got the chance to hit me. He punched me straight in the left eye. I had no time to react, and at that instant he ran back into his vehicle.
So not just attacking vehicles, he's now physically assaulting women, as well military-style T-shirt, like it says uniform. Someone has seen this and knows who he is. So look, the gym he works out at, someone from the coffee shop he goes to, a next-door neighbor. If you're worried about retaliation, fairly unstable. If you're worried about something like that, I would turn the information over to authorities. But this guy needs to be on the streets. Come on, well, if you're worried, bring it to me and I'll take care of it. Come on. Okay. Well, thank you for being the hero of the story. Here's off. You've got the road raging guy who has been doing this enough time in the car. I can't remember. And still has been caught. And the fact that the guy touched a woman in the eye blows my mind. The woman, they probably should. But it kind of makes me think, like, are Tesla drivers now the new punchline? Kind of like BMW drivers have been for decades, right? We always used to talk about the BMW don't come with turn signals, and somebody at BMW cut me off, somebody at BMW pulled into the parking spot right before I could get in there. Used to be BMW drivers were the punchline. Now I feel like that's shifting over to Tesla drivers. That if somebody drives a Tesla, they must be a total Delta driver. They just put a sign on it. It's politics as usual. The swamp is getting swampier. But there is one thing going on that sort of relieves me, and that is that in many cases we're arguing about policy stuff again. All the good things. Not all the time. It's still the swamp. But at least we're arguing a little bit about policy stuff. That's next. I'm Chris here. KFI AM 640 live everywhere. Radio on Heart Radio.
We started let's ready talk.
Yeah, sure.
Orange County.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, now it's a literal disaster. I'm Mark Long, live from KFI 24-hour news. The White House has approved California's request for a major disaster declaration. Governor Newsom's office says this will help Californians impacted by the storm and make federal funding available to individuals in Merced, Sacramento, and Santa Cruz counties. Additional counties may be included once storm conditions allow officials to assess the damage. A sheriff's deputy in Riverside County has been shot to death during a domestic disturbance call in Lake Elsinore. He's a husband, a son. It would have been a death. Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco says Deputy Darnell Calhoun was the first to respond to the 911 call on Friday afternoon.
We are not completely sure of the circumstances surrounding the initial contact.
He says the second deputy to arrive found Calhoun lying in the street. That second deputy traded shots with the shooter who was in critical condition. Calhoun is the second Riverside County Sheriff deputy to be taken, says that he was New York Representative George Santos. He resigned. I was able to face my voters after having gone through that. Santos has admitted to fabricating parts of his resume and is under multiple local and federal investigations into the pattern of political deception. President Biden has spoken at the church where Martin Luther King served as pastor. Biden is the first sitting president to speak during Sunday services at Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta.
Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a non-violent warrior for justice who followed the word and the way of his Lord and his Savior.
President Biden was invited to deliver remarks by Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock, who currently leads that congregation. City officials have conducted a necropsy on humpback whale that washed up in South Jersey earlier this week. Director of the Marine Mammal Granting Center was part of a group of scientists and helpers conducting the necropsy. The whale was struck by a boat. The whale was the fourth one to be found dead on New Jersey beaches since the beginning of December. The news calls to the owners of Madison Square Garden to stop using facial recognition technology on facial recognition for non-security purposes.
It is a scandal because workers are being targeted in a way that could create a chilling effect and cause them to change their behavior.
Several people have reported that they can send to MSG and Radio City Music Hall that biometric technology recognized them.
The image of Bryant and his Mamba mentality. Bryant wore the Simon jersey more than 25 times during the 2007-2008 season. Bryant can also be seen wearing the same jersey and grabbing it in a now iconic photo snapped during Game 2 of the Western Conference first-round series that same year. The jersey was played for the public at the auction house's New York location during the first week of February. Layla Muhammad, KFI News.
We're going to have a crash on the 10th. And the blown up is at eastbound before 57 and stop no traffic to go on dry due to a crash into the two middle lanes. It's
New details into what was uncovered at the gruesome crime scene in Pike County. The chief murderers were dragged there. The judge no Washington family was DNA was found at the crime scene. Will face the death penalty or will be lost?
Not this county road 57. That county road 57. Driver's license and proof of insurance, please. Take your driver's license. Actually, it's okay. Do you have any weapons in the vehicle? Do you have any weapons in the vehicle? What did you just say to me? I said I don't want to answer any questions. You're not going to tell me if you have a weapon in the vehicle. Sir, I don't want to answer any questions. Do you have a weapon in the vehicle? Sir, I don't want to answer any questions. Step out of the vehicle. You're being detained. Step out of the vehicle. You have the right to check the immediate proximity of your span of reach in the vehicle to see if you have any weapons for my safety. Step out of the vehicle. Right over here in front of my vehicle.
But I have to put some of the blame and Mark, if you want to jump in and defend,
be detained at the moment. Not under arrest. Come out of the handcuffs as soon as you can.
I also, in fantasy media, the politicians are doing the same thing, and that is that consumers of the city of Iowa Colony, we like to focus on those things that drive us emotionally. They bring us to anger, humor, whatever it is, if it touches us emotionally, it's something that we're likely to pay more attention. It's the media is simply reporting on profits and losses, tax revenue, but
they're going to kill me soon. That's what I want to know.
Media driven by
I'm not going to get into this conversation with you. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what's you live in Houston. I don't work for you, man. I don't work for you. You're not a citizen of the city of Iowa Colony. You're a public servant. You're here to serve. Okay, just because you have a gun and a beer doesn't give you a big yeah, we can play this game, buddy. Not a game. I can play this game. It's not a game.
By about 50%.
What are you doing over here? None of your business what I'm doing here. You doing over here? It's a free country. I can be anywhere in the United States. Yeah, you're right about that.
One of the things that's been so, and this is part of
that's fine. I don't need your consent to check the span of reach.
When I was first learning this stuff,
I'm going to read every logbook out there instead of just the ones you choose off the internet. Let's see, can I reach the glove box? I sure can.
From here, time is like the reason that you had those 2016 is fine, right?
I can reach it. That way you're on my camera and it's cool.
So you can't really point the Trump and say, aha, he took his classified documents, he wasn't being safe for them, how dare he? When come to find out, the guy in your team was doing the same thing. Now I know for those of you out there, you want to say, well,
upstairs,
It's open to the public. You know what's funny? I've been to a lot of police parking lots, and they tell me the same thing. I couldn't believe somebody would be so stupid as to vandalize police cars in a large city of New York.
What do we call ourselves? First Amendment on.
Let's get into it. Police, the Calgary City.
Is now in possession of.
Sandy restricted area signs anywhere.
By law or the national security policy change.
Again, our goal is to
That the premier of state is not handling any other
shows menacing restricted areas.
Well, it's clear beyond the shadow of a doubt that we've got to review how the President and Vice President are going about
Just gave you a document.
archiving of the documents both classified
I don't need everything.
Can you tell me that there are no more documents? How is that yes? Anybody supposed to answer that question? Look, you're a Democrat. You probably know everything about every Democrat ever. Is there anything else going on?
How the President and Vice President are going about organizing the archiving of how this could happen. It's actually all in context. Whether it's President Trump leaving office, whether it's President Vice President leaving office, not for their jobs, they're not thinking about, business or something. It's going to be to me.
Maybe sitting at
Staffers are responsible for reallocating these documents in either the Trump or the Biden case.
You're right about that. You're feeling, absolutely right. You have to get to the point of time what happens, and if we want to improve our procedures going forward, we have to focus on that and make sure going forward, sure, I heard it be done, America.
You know what's funny?
I took that by the Congress.
I can't believe somebody would be so stupid as to vandalize police cars in a parking lot of the police station. I mean, I don't see how people could be so dumb, but I mean, I believe it. I definitely believe that. I'm not from the area, I'm just from the city.
Were these things real? Did I see those brave and noble countrymen of mine laid low in death and weltering in their blood? Did I see our country laid waste and in ruins? Did I see soldiers marching, the earth trembling and jarring beneath their measured tread? Did I see the ruins of smoldering cities and deserted homes? Did I see the flag of my country that I'd followed so long, furled to be no more, unfurled forever? Surely they are but the vagaries of mine own imagination. Hush. I now hear the approach of battle. That low rumbling sound in the west is the roar of cannon in the distance. Private Sound Michaels, Company 8, 1st Tennessee Regiment.
Strange, is it not, that battles, martyrs, blood, even assassination should so condense a nationality?
In history, in that it is the moment that made the United States as a nation. And I mean that in different ways. The United States was obviously a nation when it adopted a constitution. But it adopted a constitution
that required a war to be sorted out, and therefore required a war to make a real nation out of what was a theoretical nation as it was designed in the Constitutional Convention.
Before the war, it was said the United States are. Grammatically, it was spoken that way and thought of as a collection of independent states. And after the war, it was always the United States is, as we say today, without being self-conscious. And that sums up what the war accomplished. It made us an is. The Confederate States of America had once stretched from the Rappahannock to the Rio Grande. Its leaders had once dreamed of a tropical empire reaching ever southward to Mexico, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Brazil. By April 1865, the dream was gone. Richmond had fallen. The Confederate government, and Jefferson Davis with it, had fled into the wilderness of North Carolina. The Confederate armies, once the terror of the Union, had been battered and starved almost out of existence, then forced to surrender at Appomattox, where Ulysses S. Grant had finally cornered Robert E. Lee. In April 1865, Elisha Hunt Rhodes would receive the best news of the war, and then the worst. In the woods of North Carolina, two old adversaries, William Tecumseh Sherman and Joseph E. Johnston, would meet on the field of battle one last time. By then, Confederate Sam Watkins would write, the once proud Army of Tennessee had degenerated to a mob. In April 1861, Abraham Lincoln had implored his countrymen not to go to war, to listen to the better angels of their nature. Now, in April 1865, bloodshed was finally coming. In Washington, John Wilkes Booth could not accept that the war was over. In 4 years, more than 1 million photographs were made of the war. Now, no one seemed to want them anymore. Matthew Brady went bankrupt. Thousands of glass plate negatives were lost, mislaid, or forgotten. Thousands more were sold to gardeners, not for the images they held, but for the glass itself. In the years that followed Appomattox, the sun slowly burned the image of war. The Civil War, a Harvard professor wrote at the time, opened a great gulf between what happened before in our century and what has happened since. It does not seem to me as if I were living in the country in which I was born. The war was over, and it was not over.
My shoes are gone, my country, but if this war is ever over, I'll be damned if I ever love another country.
So Blackwood and I left the army. Our army left them there on the hill with their arms stacked in the field, all in rows, never to see it anymore. Telling Clark and Bell goodbye, he crossed the road into the fields and thickets, and then a little while lost sight of all and told them the presence of what was left of the army. Very Benson.
Lee and his army have surrendered. Gloria in excelsis Deo. They can bother and perplex none but historians, henceforth. George Templeton Strong.
Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia. Glory to God in the highest, peace on earth, goodwill to men. Thank God Lee has surrendered, and the war will soon end. How can I record the events of this day? Such a scene only happens once in centuries. General Meade rode like mad down the road with his hat off, shouting, "The war is over, and we are going home." The men threw their knapsacks and canteens into the air and howled like mad. The rebels are half starved, and our men divided their rations with them. I cried and laughed by turns. I was never so happy in my life. I thank God for all his blessings to me, and that my life has been spared to see this glorious day. Elijah Hunt Rose.
Sherman's army in North Carolina, and one gleeful soldier bellowed back at him, "You're the son of a bitch we've been looking for all these 4 years." Church bells rang out in every northern town. With the same joy felt by towns all over the north. When news of Appomattox got out to the islands, shouting horsemen carried it from house to house. The grieving did not end. Private William Toothaker succumbed to disease aboard a transport ship, leaving 4 small children whose memories of him would quickly fade. And a letter came informing Private Albion Stinson's wife that her husband had been killed near Appomattox Courthouse, just 5 days before the Confederate surrender. When the news reached Clarksville, Tennessee, the Union military governor ordered a grand citywide celebration.
All the storehouses were brilliantly lighted. These blue devils desecrated our churches by ringing the bell. They did all in their power to arouse us. Nanny Haskins.
At Vicksburg, 2,000 liberated Union prisoners crowded onto the decks of the steamboat Sultana. Glee flames. More than 1,200 men died. Still,
we are scattered, stunned. The remnant of heart left alive in us is filled with brotherly hate. Whose fault? Everybody blamed by somebody else. Only the dead heroes left stiff and stark on the battlefield escape. Mary Chestnut.
When the news of the surrender reached Edmund Ruffin, the old Virginia secessionist who had fired one of the first shots at Fort Sumter, he draped a rebel flag over his shoulders and shot himself. Rather than live, he wrote, in a restored union with members of the Yankee race. "You may forgive us," a surrendering rebel officer told Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain after the ceremony at Appomattox, "but we won't be forgiven. We hate you, sir." That morning, everything was being ready for a noontime ceremony. The fort's old Union commander, Colonel Robert Anderson, was to raise the same flag he had been forced to haul down in 1861. An audience of Northern soldiers and dignitaries, and some 4,000 former slaves, watched. Local whites chose to attend.
At first I could not hear Colonel Anderson, for his voice came thickly, but in a moment he said clearly, "I thank God that I have lived to see this day." A weather-beaten, frayed, and shell-torn old flag, not fit for much more work, but when it had crept clear of the shelter of the walls, a sudden breath of wind caught it, and it shook its folds and flew straight out above us. I think we stood up. Somebody started the Star-Spangled Banner, and we sang the first verse, which is all that most people know. But it did not make much difference, for a great gun is fired close to us from the fort itself, followed in obedience to the president's order by a national salute from every fort and battery that fired upon Fort Sumter.
In Washington that same day, John Wilkes Booth dropped by Ford's Theater to pick up his mail. The stagehand told him the President and General Grant were both expected to attend that night to see the actress Laura Keene in a British comedy called Our American Cousin. Booth told his band of devoted followers of a new plan. He would shoot Lincoln and Grant. Grant begged off the theater party and left the city for Philadelphia. The Lincolns arrived and took their seats in the presidential box. With them were Major Henry Rathbone and his fiancée, Clara Harris. His wife held his hand. Booth swallowed 2 brandies at a nearby bar, then returned to the theater. He waited for the laughter. He held a pistol in his right.
Sir, your vulgarity renders you intolerable, impolite.
Maybe I don't know the manners of polite society, but I guess I know enough to turn you inside out, old gal. You psychologizing old man trap.
Caught his right spur in the draped flag and landed on stage, breaking his left leg. He waved his dagger and shouted something to the stunned audience. Some thought he said, Sic semper tyrannis, thus be it ever to tyrants, Virginia's state motto. Others heard it as, the South is avenged. For a long moment, the theater was still. Then Mary Lincoln screamed. The bullet from the audience pronounced the Jacob Souls.
The giant sufferer lay extended diagonal, full respiration, lifted the covers with each breath he took. His features were calm and striking. Gideon Wilkes
implored her husband to speak to her, and when cabinet officers stood by helpless all night, doubly shocked to hear that Booth's accomplice, Lewis Payne, had stabbed Secretary of State Seward, then run out into the street crying, I'm mad, I'm mad. George Azerod had been too frightened to carry out Booth's order to kill the vice president. Around 6 in the morning, Navy Secretary Wells stepped outside and found the streets filled with silent, anxious people.
A little before 7, I went back into the room. Death struggle had begun. Robert, his son, stood at the head of the bed. He bore himself well, but on 2 occasions gave way and sobbed aloud, leaning on the shoulder of Senator Sumner.
At 7:22 on the morning of April 15, 1865, Abraham Lincoln died. He was 56 years old. Secretary of War Edwin Stanton said, now he belongs to the ages. His pockets contained 2 pairs of spectacles, a pocket knife, a linen handkerchief, and a $5 bill.
Mother prepared breakfast and other meals as usual, but not a mouthful was eaten all day by either of us. We each drank half a cup of coffee, that was all. Passed from silence to each other. All of us.
The telegraph carried the news across the country in minutes. No president had ever been murdered. People would remember for the rest of their lives where they were, what they felt, and what the weather was like when they heard what had happened.
Just arrived. Corporal Thomas Parker has just said President Lincoln is dead, murdered. We cannot realize that our president is dead. May God help his family and our distracted country. Elijah Hunt.
I have been expecting this. I am stunned. That's why I fear physical calamity. Though I can see that this thing occurring just at this time may be overruled to our great good. We shall appreciate it at last.
Maybe not.
George, telling you to chill.
Even swing great.
On the avenue in front of the White House were several hundred of them all that cold, wet day. They seemed not to know what was to be their fate, since their great benefactor was dead. Those strong and brave men wept when I met them. The hopeless grief of his
Lincoln's casket lay in state, first in the East Room of the White House, then in the rotunda of the Capitol. He was to be buried in Springfield, Illinois, his adopted home. The small coffin of his son Willie, who had died in Washington, was disinterred to make the journey with him. Mary Lincoln was too overcome with grief to go.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The funeral train took 12 days and traveled 1,662 miles through the soft spring landscape, retracing the route Lincoln had taken to Washington 4 years earlier.
No fucking pride. That was sick.
In Philadelphia, Lincoln's coffin lay in Independence Hall, where he had declared he would rather be assassinated than surrender the principles embodied in the Declaration of Independence. In New York, the procession took 4 hours. Scalpers sold choice window positions along the route for $4 and up. From his grandfather's window, young Theodore Roosevelt watched the procession pass.
No way. They're getting everybody.
At Cleveland, 10,000 mourners passed through a specially built outdoor pavilion every hour, all day, despite a driving rain.
Yeah, they're getting everybody.
Field on May 4th. The coffin rode to the Illinois State House in a magnificent black and silver hearse borrowed from St. Louis, and lay open in the chamber of the House of Representatives, where Lincoln had warned that a house divided against itself cannot stand.
Motherfuckers are getting banned. That's fucked up, really. Yeah, they get fucking fouled.
Among the thousands of people who shuffled past his coffin were many who had known him in the old days. Farmers from New Salem, law clients, and rival attorneys. Neighbors who had nodded to him each morning on his way to work.
Was it your favorite throw and catch?
Sarah, the president's stepmother, had had a premonition when Lincoln left for Washington 4 years before. General Joseph Hooker led the final slow march to Oak Ridge Cemetery through a gentle spring rain.
Commander. He's on his 5th ride.
You
don't show ads.
white people are the children of Abraham Lincoln.
They banned people.
We are at best only his stepchildren. The sentiment he was bound as a statesman to consult.
Nah, he just
swift, zealous, radical, and determined. Taking him all in all necessary means to ends. Infinite wisdom has seldom sent any man into the world better
they saying he got in?
mission than Abraham Lincoln.
But yet they don't care. People shoot the game. I know. I agree. The whole game, like people are done. Kaylee, you are.
On April 26th, Union cavalry trapped John Wilkes Booth in a Virginia tobacco barn and set it afire. His accomplice, David Harold, surrendered. Booth preferred death. A soldier shot him in the neck. At the end, he asked to have his hands raised, looked at them.
Really? Yeah, do they count this?
That day, in a farmhouse near Durham Station, North Carolina, Confederate General Joseph Johnston surrendered what was left of his army to William Tecumseh Sherman. Jefferson Davis, exhausted but still defiant, fled southward.
It may be that with a devoted band of cavalry, I can force my way across the Mississippi, and if nothing can be done there, then I can go to Mexico.
That's what I'm saying.
And have the world from which to choose a location.
Yeah, dog.
On May 10th, at Irwinville, Georgia, Union cavalry caught up with him. With the arrest of its president, the Confederate government ceased to exist. Northern newspapers spread the false rumor that Davis had been apprehended wearing women's clothes. North and South, he was reviled as the villain of the war.
These misconceptions about Davis are so strange that it's as if a gigantic conspiracy was a war. Did not want to blame it on the generals, so they blamed it on the politicians. Of course, Davis was the chief politician, so it was the Southerners more than the Northerners who vilified Jefferson. The Northerners wanted to hang him from a sour apple tree, but the Southerners really tore him down.
Davis was imprisoned at Fortress Monroe in a cell kept perpetually lit, and was made to wear chains, though he protested that those are orders for a slave, and no man with a soul in him would obey such orders.
But I know you will bear it even better than myself, and that of us two. I alone will ever look back reproachfully on my career.
Scattered fighting stuttered on in Louisiana, Alabama, and Mississippi, and even further west, where on May 13, 1865, Private John J. Williams of the 34th Indiana in Palmito Ranch, Texas. The final skirmish was a Confederate victory. On the morning of May 23, 1865, the American flag flew at full staff above the White House for the first time since Lincoln's death. U.S. Grant and the new president, Andrew Johnson, stood side by side to watch the grand armies of the Republic pass in review down Pennsylvania Avenue from the Capitol.
And so it came, this glorious old army of the Potomac, for 6 hours marching past, 18 or 20 miles long, their colors telling their sad history.
Look at that.
It was a strange feeling to be so intensely happy and triumphant, and yet to feel like crying.
The great procession took 2 days.
What happened?
General George Armstrong Custer stole the show the first day, galloping past the dignitaries far ahead of his men, brandishing his saber, his long yellow hair whipping in the wind. The crowds cheered loudest the next morning as William Tecumseh Sherman rode past at the head of the great army he had led to the sea. Yankees had withdrawn from Clarksville, Tennessee. What remained of the 49th and 14th Tennessee regiments came home. Private John J. Denny of Company K was not among them. He had died at Chancellorsville. Of the 29 Stewart College seniors who went to war, 16 had been killed in battle. 7 more had died of wounds and disease. In September, railway service to Clarksville was resumed. Deer Isle, Maine was in home. They found fishing had fallen off. There was new money to be made in other industries in nearby towns. The old families moved away. Some of the houses.
There's the Bengals. They're a dynasty. Maybe up there with the best of any dynasty. Play it again. Really? I know somebody played for the Bengals. Dan Santucci. Yeah, he put it on the line.
John Wilkes Booth's accomplices were swiftly tried before a military commission. All 8 were found guilty. 4 were sentenced to be hanged, including Mary Surratt, whose only crime may have been that she owned the boarding house in which the conspirators met. The executions took place in the courtyard of the old penitentiary building on July 7th. Prisoners climbed the 13 white hoods were slipped over his hands 3 times, and soldiers knocked the front part of the platform out from under the condemned. It took them more than 5 minutes to die. A northern newspaper said, "We want to know their names no more."
Die alone in bushes, low gullies, or on the sides of hills. There in secluded spots, their skeletons, bleached bones, tufts of hair, buttons, fragments of clothing are occasionally found yet. Our young men, once so handsome and so joyous, taken from us, the son from the mother, the husband from the wife, the dear friend from the dear friend. Walt Whitman.
That's AFC Championship. And NFC is going to be Cowboys. Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia and the Bills. And why? Because I want to oh, his name's Phil. His name's Phil.
3.5 million men went to war. 620,000 men died in it, as many as in all the rest of America's wars combined. 1/4 of the South's white men of military age were dead. In Iowa, half the men eligible to fight served in the Union Army, filling 46 regiments in all.
What would you retire?
13,001 Iowans died. 3,540 in battle. 515 while prisoners of war.
Anybody else?
8,498 of disease. Those figures were typical. The 5th New Hampshire Regiment started out from Concord in 1861 with 1,200 men. When they returned to New Hampshire after Gettysburg, there were only 380 left. In Mississippi in 1866, 1/5 of the state's entire budget was spent on artificial limbs. Millions were left with vivid memories of men who should have still been living, but were not. The survivors went home and got on with the business of living.
This girl hot as fuck.
The morning after my arrival home, I doffed my uniform of first lieutenant, put on some of my father's old clothes, and proceeded to wage war on the standard corps. The feeling I had was sort of queer. It almost seemed sometimes as if I had been away only there where I had left
I think it should be roughing the
Leander Stillwell, formerly 61st Illinois.
Yeah, Doc. Oh my God, it's such a dangerous
The boys who had gone off to war were old men now.
Take it
They
out
walked
easy.
over the old
It's too easy
battlefields
to
with
end
their
a guy's
families,
career.
pointing out the places.
They had
So now what?
a theoretical notion
Then
of
that's
having a country,
the
but when the
Cincinnati
war was
spot, and it's
over,
also such a
on
big
both
thing.
sides, they knew they'd had a country.
Really?
They'd been there. They had walked its hills and tramped its roads.
She was
They
discontinued.
saw the
Lexi
country,
Nicole was
and they knew they had a country, and they knew
Man,
the effort that they had expended. Well,
they are just like, no. Fuck her. Imagine if you were there, you're like, ah, it's like, and then it's like, guys, 1,000 fucking accounts. Then it was like,
To Mississippi.
Number 220, statue of American soldier, price $450. When used as a family monument, photos of the deceased. The extra cost will be but $150. The Monumental Bronze Company, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Halls Hill, Virginia, July 4, 1865. Another Independence Day in the Army, and this has been my fifth. The first we passed at Camp Clark near Washington, the second at Harrison's Landing, the third at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, the fourth at Petersburg. And today, we are back in Washington with our work finished. The day has been fun. I shall unrose.
Why was
The war made Elisha Hunt Rose. Having risen from private to colonel during the war, he was promoted to brigadier general after it, then went into the cotton and wool business in Providence. He devoted nearly every idle hour to veterans affairs
That
and
motherfucking
never
thing is
missed a
called
regimental
with a
reunion.
P? Does it stand with a P? Come on, bro.
The sun rises over the hills and sets over the mountains, and the compass just points up and down. And we can laugh now at the absurd notion of there being a north and a south. And in the evenings worked on his memoir, Company H.
Bro, you gotta be
Despite, he said, a house full of young rebels clustering around my knees and bumping my elbows.
But for the war, men were like any other possible friends. We set down the weapons like any never can, but ages infantry standing face to face. Society where these men shared a common history, shared a common love of liberty. Gave it slightly different English.
That was such a 14 point. Oh my god. A 14 point shit. That one play? Yeah. That's how fucking big that play was. And he was like, oh, who was putting it over? Their quarterback? Who's he? Some G.
I think we understand what military pain is.
I don't know, Joe Flacco Jr.
And have our names spelled wrong.
Tecumseh Sherman remained a soldier, fighting Indians until his retirement in 1883. If nominated, I will not run, he told a Republican delegation urging him to run for president.
He's
If
done.
elected, I will not serve.
Fourth down, it's gonna be a game.
He died in New York City in the winter of 1891.
Don't you love how you
Among
just
the
gotta
honorary
say, oh,
pallbearers who stood bareheaded in the cold wind outside the church was 82-year-old Joe Johnston, who had fought Sherman in Georgia and the Carolinas. When a friend warned him he might fall ill, Johnston told him, if I were in Sherman's place and he were standing here in mine, he would not put on his hat.
There's a really good kick.
Johnston died 10 days later of pneumonia.
Oh, that's bad. Really? It was one of the worst decisions I've ever seen in the history of football.
There are nights here
Like
with
the
like cold,
still
ghastly
wearing a scarf.
whippoorwills. Screech owls alone disturbing the silence.
And they go and kisses the house. Give me an M. Nope.
The cotton bird. Mary managed to make a little money selling butter and eggs in partnership with her former slave,
Like that.
and she continued to write.
Oh,
But
yeah,
she never completed the mammoth task of reworking her war diary.
Hey, dog. No.
Jefferson Davis was never tried for treason, nor could he ever bring himself to ask for a partisan fall of the Confederate government. He died still persuaded of the justice of his cause at the age of 81. Jefferson Davis. Vice President Alexander Stephens was imprisoned briefly, and then re-elected to his old congressional seat from Georgia, as if there had never been a Confederate. Recovered from her husband's murder, her son Tad died in 1871. 5 years later, her eldest son Robert had her committed to a mental institution. She spent. For Clara Barton, the angel of the battlefield, the grim work continued. After the war, she went down to Andersonville and helped arrange dignified burial for thousands of Union prisoners who had died there, then went on to found the American Red Cross. On November 10, 1865, Henry Wirtz, commandant at Andersonville Prison, was hanged at the yard of the old Capitol Prison in Washington for war crimes. He pleaded he had only followed orders. Walt Whitman published Drum Taps, a book of Civil War poems he thought his finest, then turned largely to prose. His writings revolutionized American literature. Bill Sheridan went out west to take on, declaring that the only good Indian was a dead Indian. George Armstrong Custer went west too, carrying with him his belief in his own invincibility. In 1876, the Sioux and Cheyenne proved him wrong. George McClellan stayed abroad for 3 years after losing the election to Lincoln. He heard no slander about himself. And got himself elected governor of New Jersey. The conqueror. Fort Sumter, Pierre Gustav. Nathan Bedford Forrest promoted railroads too, but failed. In 1867, he became the first imperial wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, but quit. The Klan, Root lost in the peach orchard, found it in a miniature casket, and gave it to the Army Medical Museum in Washington. John Bell Hood, who had survived some of the fiercest fighting of the war, died with his wife and daughter in the New Orleans yellow fever epidemic of 1870. Bitterness over the destruction of his division at Gettysburg. Suffering from severe depression, he turned down offers of command from the ruler of Egypt and the President of the United States, and ended up in the insurance business. Minister to Turkey dared to criticize Lee's strategy at Gettysburg, and for all these things was considered a traitor to the South by his former comrades in arms. Frederick Douglass continued to fight as hard for civil rights as he had against slavery. He became the most powerful black politician in America. A young visitor once asked him what he should do with his life. Agitate, the old man answered. Agitate, agitate. Julia Ward Howe helped lead the American Women's Suffrage Association for 55 years. At her funeral in 1910, 4,000 mourners joined in singing the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Colonel Washington Roebling left the Army Corps of Engineers, finished his father's bridge at Cincinnati, went on to build the greatest suspension bridge in the world in Brooklyn.
No. Really?
I thought it was easy to know because I believe they seek to rescue the Southeastern's rights. But I have never cherished or lived in the field. And I have never seen the devil pregnant.
Yeah, no.
Robert E. Lee swore renewed allegiance to the United States, and by so doing persuaded thousands of his former soldiers to do the same. He was weary, ailing, and without work in the summer of 1865, when an insurance firm offered him $50,000 just for the use of his name. He turned it down. I cannot consent to receive pay for services I do not render.
He ended up in the noble way you might have expected after you learned to expect it. He didn't know what to do with himself after the war. His profession was gone, even his country was gone. And he was approached with a good deal of hesitation by these people from a little school called Washington College. And he accepted the presidency of Washington College. He had an annual salary of $1,500 and a house to live in.
My life, he said, was taking a military education. And whenever his students and those of the neighboring Virginia Military Institute marched together, Lee made a point of staying out of step. He never returned to Arlington again. Once, on his way to Washington, he glimpsed his old home from a passing train. Ordering A.P. Hill to bring up his troops, just as Stonewall Jackson. Then Lee called out, "Strike the tent."
For he will smile and give you with unflinching courtesy prayers, trappings, letters, uniforms in order, photographs, kindness, valor and advice, and do it with such grace and gentleness that you will know you have the whole of them penned down, mapped out, easy to understand. And so you have all things except the heart. The heart is kept a secret to the end.
I thought that was.
I feel that we are on the eve of a new era. And there is to be a great harmony between the federal and the confederate. I cannot stay to be a living witness to the correctness of this prophecy, that I feel it within me.
The qualities that served Ulysses S. Grant so well in war, stubbornness, independence, aversion to politics, deserted him in peacetime. He entered the White House pledged to peace, honesty, and civil rights, but corruption tainted his 2 terms. After the Parker and the firm stole millions from the shareholders in 1884 and bankrupted the Grant family. Once again, U.S. Grant was penniless. Provided for his family before he died, he set to work writing his memoirs. In the summer of 1885, he moved to a cottage at Mount McGregor in the Adirondacks. Unable now to eat or speak, he sat on the front porch in the afternoons, laboring over his manuscript. He finished it on July 16th and died 1 week later. Grant's memoirs sold 500,000 copies and restored his family's fortune. The government held a 50th anniversary reunion at Gettysburg. It lasted 3 days. Thousands of survivors bivouacked on the old battlefield, swapping stories, looking up old. Climax was to be a reenactment of Pickett's charge. As the rebel yell rang out, the old Confederates started men on Cemetery Ridge. Unable to restrain themselves longer, burst from behind the stone wall and flung themselves upon their former enemies. Not in mortal combat, but embracing them in brotherly love and affection.
Pageant has passed, and the day is over. We linger loath to think we shall see them no more again. These men, these horses, these colors of field. Joshua Lawrence
Chamberlain was at the Gettysburg reunion, still imposing at 83, despite almost constant pain from the unhealed internal damage done him by a Confederate minie-ball at Petersburg. The reunion was, he said, a transcendental experience, a radiant fellowship of the fallen.
Oh my God, what a great job.
He had received the Medal of Honor for his courage at Little Round Top, served 4 terms as governor of Maine, then became president of Bowdoin College, where he managed to the war was over.
Who won the war? The Union Army obviously won the war in the sense that they were the army left standing. We're not talking just about the series of battles that finished up with the surrender at Appomattox. We're talking instead about the struggle to make something won freedom. That is, the removal of slavery. But they did not win freedom as they understood it.
I suppose that slavery is merely the horrible statutory expression of a deeper rift between people based on race, and that is what we struggle still to.
Yoshi. Hail Fruity.
Never again shrunk. We can do to erase the hearts and
The Civil War is not only the central event of the century, surely we must, that popular government is the way to go. It is the way of the emancipation of the human spirit. Then the Civil War established the fact that for the liberation of the human spirit for all time.
Who's your favorite Bengal of all time? If he was, how about second?
4 million Americans have been freed after 4 years of agony, but the meaning of freedom in American life remained unresolved. Emancipated slaves own nothing, one Tennessee planter wrote, because nothing but freedom has been given them. Thousands of blacks wandered southern roads searching for relatives or looking for work for food. Thousands more stayed on their plantation, all American men, white and black. But the promises were soon overlooked in the scramble for a new prosperity. White supremacy won that war of attrition. It would take another century before blacks gained back the ground.
Most of all is that
John Harbaugh deserves
Civil War is not over.
He deserves to lose his
until
job.
we
If
today
he
have
does
done
not,
our part, as well as understanding what happened when the Civil War generation brought in.
if he does not,
William Faulkner said once that history is
make sure
not
this ball gets in the end zone. That's all you have to do.
it's
Hey.
is. And what we need to remember about the Civil War is that the Civil War is in the present as well as in the past. The generation that fought the war, the generation that argued over the definition of the war, the generation that had to pay the price of blood, have had to pay the price of blasted hopes and a lost future. Also established
Winner. Winner, fourth and 20.
there's
We got
no
a
such thing as
420
slavery
on
anymore.
the
We're all
27th.
citizens. But if we're all citizens, then we have a test to make sure that too is not shown.
I would support
Some
Paul.
citizens
They kind of
live in houses,
gave it away.
others live on the street. The Civil War is still going on. It's still to be fought, and regrettably, it's still be lost.
Gettysburg's guns are still, and the dead sleep on. America's most famous battleground is a camp against the dividing line now, as 2,500 veterans gather from north and south to mark the 75th anniversary of America's Armageddon.
Game over. Oh my God. At least he did what he's supposed to do. He did what he's supposed to do, but almost fucked it up.
We think that we are
Up which fucked it.
a wholly
Who fucked up
superior
here?
people.
The Ravens.
If we'd been
They
anything
could have
like
fought
as
this fall.
superior as we think
Right?
we are, we would not
Yep.
have fought that war.
Why?
But since we did fight it, we have to make it the greatest war. In time, even death itself might be abolished. Sergeant Barry Benson, a South Carolina veteran from McGowan's Brigade, Wilcox's Division, 8B Hills Corps, Army of Northern Virginia. He had enlisted 3 months, was for a long time. Reliving the war in words, he began to wish he could relive it in fact. And he came to believe that he and his fellow soldiers, gray and blue, might one day be able to do just that. If not here on Earth, then afterwards in Valhalla. Who knows, he asked, as his narrative drew toward its close, but it may be given to us after this life to meet again in the old quarters, to play chess and trash, to get up soon to answer the morning roll call, to fall in at the tap of the drum for drill and dress parade, and again to hastily don our war gear while the monotonous patter of the long roll summons the battle. Who knows, but again the old flags, ragged and torn.
Some of the most spectacular, one-of-a-kind handmade boats ever seen. October 31st, 2022, Jamie Bodie of the Columbia County Sheriff's Office stopped 61-year-old marine clothing.
Each other and brother pursuing and pursued, while the cries of victory refill a summer day. And after the battle, and all would say, it did not seem real. Was it not as in the old days?
What street is this? Is this Oak Street? Is trying to explain to his viewers this person's history, including an escape 6 years ago, 6 years Cinemas are true code. Return. Being on the hill on this side is considered state property. If you want on that side recorded, not up the hill. But on this corner recorded, that is fine. You cannot be on this side recording. Sir, this is a public sidewalk, sir. Next up, the supervisor, Sergeant Without. This is a public sidewalk. It's what's called a public easement. Right. This is a public road. If you refuse to leave here, okay, I'm going to call the state police and they will escort you out here. Or you can take it up with them. Or you can go to the center road. You can do whatever you want over here. You're recording this part and this part. And they have to escort you. Whatever you live so much. Sergeant Valley called the state police, came back, and started we already had two. So that's your fault. This is fine. This is a problem. That's really all you're doing. What's going on? I felt that it's different. Right? This is right different. Okay. This is all your question. You can't be filming here. So, but this is public property. I have a right. Yes, this is public property. This is public property. This is public property. You're saying the records say you cannot. You have no authority over me. I'm not an inmate, sir. I'm not a cannot. You have no authority over me. I'm not an inmate, sir. I'm not entitled to mobile out. Another day, another law enforcement officer doesn't know what public sidewalk means. That's what I'm talking about. Or a deal with the guys all got it over here. Long Island Audit, Sean Paul Reyes, one of the most successful constitutional auditors in America, is trying to explain to his viewers this prison's history, including an escape 6 years ago. 6 years ago.
He was getting orders from partisans in several European countries and estimated that the underground network was part of, that he was part of, helped save 10,000 people, most of them were children.
If you go over here and do it, then that's
because he liberated countries to work for the revised fabricated documents that allowed intelligence agents to penetrate Nazi territory in order to gather evidence about the death camp. And even after the war, he continued forging documents. For 3 decades.
What's the most liberal stuff? Hey, what's going on, Connor? How are you, buddy?
He said in an interview with the New York Times back in 2016, I saved lives because I can't deal with unnecessary death.
Just watch the documentaries. How about you, baby? What's new? Just watch NFL, the Bengals one, the Vikings one, the Jaguars one yesterday. Anybody else? 49 with you, baby. Same old, same old. I saw you going through these ones, which is tight. But yeah, I just couldn't click them. Dude, I'm well. I am well. Gotta start this documentary. Yeah. Right, here we go.
tried some thrilling moments of my life.
I found excellent. I'm gonna follow that one just 1 minute so I can see what you're saying. I'm going to vote. Oh, Cowboys versus Bucks.
Exclusive corporate funding for American Experience is provided by Liberty Mutual Insurance. American Experience is also made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions American Experience is
Away on the 105 west to 110. That's correct. Walking the 110 connecting road to the northbound side. In Pasadena, snow cleared on the 110 north to Fort Orange Grove Avenue. In Pasadena, 134 west to San Rafael Avenue. That's still on the right shoulder. It has cleared. This vehicle apparently was out of gas. In North Hollywood on 170 north to Riverside Drive and Magnolia Boulevard, only to stop due to the crash and back up all the way to the 101. Stay up high in the sky.
One viewer. Yes, you are.
And for you. Hello, I'm John McCoyan, founder of Rooter Girls Fund. You're hosting a party.
The U.S. stock market is the richest it has ever been. And investors are exuberant, irrationally so.
Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied.
The euphoria seems to have erased the memory.
Okay, this is the one I'm hitting up. So we watched the Civil War one. Didn't they make a
The terrifying time of 10 months ago.
Black Monday on Wall.
Yo dog? I think so. Do you like that? The price of on the floor?
Hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guest has to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guest that they
The word that people often use is that I was triggered one weekend. I had told her that I was a scientist before, and I don't think it had really clicked in her
How many
mind.
phones?
But I was
1, 2, 3,
I was wearing
4,
tie-dye
5.
suit, gloves, and goggles, the whole getup. And she looked at me and she was just like, "You really are a scientist, mommy." And then she said, "I want to be a scientist just like you." And that was the horrible what had. And I actually started crying at the time, and she's 3, so she doesn't understand why I'm crying. And so I told her that they were happy tears.
In the battle for Russia,
But
the German Wehrmacht is the most highly trained and successful military machine on earth. The vast Eastern Empire.
just happy tears. I was thinking about someone treating her like
Yeah, what happened to your Samsung? The battle for Russia. Dun, 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 dun.
February 1942, the Third Reich and the Soviet Union clashed in a titanic struggle which changed the course of history. In the battle for Russia, the German Wehrmacht, the most highly trained and successful military machine on earth, attempted to defeat the Red Army and win for Germany a vast eastern empire. The result was a collision of unprecedented violence. Thrown into any battle. Each side led by unscrupulous dictator.
Second life that was going for like 3 days, and it blacked out the screen. Oh.
The assault on the Soviet Union was meant to bring a victory unmatched in the annals of war. In reality, the battle for Russia would end in disaster for Germany. Instead of a lightning conquest, the Wehrmacht would suffer a catastrophic defeat. A defeat that would mark the beginning of the end for Hitler's In Moscow, on August the 23rd, 1939, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union signed an agreement which shocked the world. The Third Reich, the most violently anti-communist regime in existence, had agreed to cooperate with Stalin's dictatorship. Each undertook not to attack the other, and huge quantities of Soviet food, oil, and minerals would be exchanged for German manufactured goods. Goods in Europe, areas in which the other would not interfere. For Adolf Hitler, the agreement came just in time. Hints from the Russians that they would not intervene if he invaded. 8 days after the signing of the Nazi-Soviet pact, German armies surged across Polish frontiers.
Damn, you tried everything. Let's go home. This is...
For the Poles, struggling desperately in the face of the Nazi tide, the German-Soviet pact quickly took on a chilling reality. 2 weeks into the battle, the Red Army invaded Poland from the east. With German connivance, the Soviets were to take more than half of the country. Within a few days of Hitler's attack on Poland, Britain and France declared war on Germany. To Joseph Stalin, the site of the great European, it was a priceless opportunity to seize yet more territory with little fear of opposition. Anxious to strengthen his northern flank, Stalin demanded strategically important areas of Finland. He was refused, but on November 30th, 1939, 29 divisions of the Red Army attacked across Finnish borders. Russian forces were deployed in 5 armies. In the south, the main blow was struck by 7th and 13th armies, pushing across the Karelian Isthmus. To the world's amazement, the Finns checked the advance. The Arctic coast, a strategically important nickel mine here.
You listen to the shit with the World War II.
The Soviets suffered
Cool, man.
humiliating defeats. The most costly, but a penetration by 9th Army
Yeah, that's
was completely cut off and destroyed. The
The battle for Finland lasted 4 months, during which a Finnish army of only 9 divisions fought with exceptional determination. The terrain was a wilderness of lakes and forests, greatly favourable for the defenders, and it was only when the Soviets brought up another 11 divisions, more armour and heavy air power, that the Red Army made a significant breakthrough. In March 1914, the Finns were forced to sue for peace. Had thrown 1 million men into the battle. The cost of the Finnish war was almost 200,000 killed. But the real damage was even greater. In the eyes of the world, the much vaunted Soviet armed forces looked incompetent and utterly ineffective. Less than a month after the end of the Soviet-Finnish War, Adolf Hitler launched his own campaign of conquest in Scandinavia.
What did you say? What number is that channel? Great question. You mean to be able to watch it? I could set it up, but it's just on my computer. You could watch it on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Right, yeah. But it's not like really. Turn it there and I'll show you. But chances are, I mean, if you want to know what website it is, I'll tell you the website. Billy. It's got all kinds of really live. It's got really good, like new movies. Let me try to find it. I'm coming. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Oh, you love history? Okay, tight.
Army Group B swept into Holland. The tanks then swung north to reach the Channel coast. By May the 27th, most of the Allies' best divisions and almost all their mobile formations were trapped in a huge gulf. By June the 5th, the pocket had been almost eliminated, and the British had been evacuated from Dunkirk. The main German effort now switched to the south. And 4 days later, Army Group B reached the Seine below Paris.
Oh, here you go. How do you post your Instagram?
Army Group A broke through on May the 12th, and with Army Group C, encircled French forces behind the battle.
Dude.
On June the 17th, the government sued.
Hold on, I've got something for you. Absolutely. We'll be famous, baby. Trust me. I'm telling you something right now. If you want 1,000 TikTok followers, you can do it the way that you were trying, or you can.
He had won the military machine. The Reich needed oil, raw materials, and foodstuffs, and neither Germany nor the newly conquered territories could provide them. Hitler worried.
We're going to use Hey Dude as our jumping off point, but we are going to unpack.
Calling on all of our friends to come back immediately. Listen to Hey Dude, the 90s Talk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
To the Soviet conquest in Eastern Poland in September 1939, and the seizure of Finnish territory that winter, Stalin now added the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia.
Stalin now added the Baltic states of Lithuania,
Hitler's reply was an invasion that would allow German troops on Finnish soil. Next step, Romania was ordered to hand over Bessarabia and northern Bohemia. And on June the 27th, these territories were occupied. Hitler's response was to deploy powerful formations in Poland. And later he would win a string of victories, allowing him to send German troops to Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria. Advantage of the Balkans and the Baltic. In the west, there remained the thought of Germany's side. Britain was still defiant. Her army had been driven from France, leaving nearly all its heavy weapons behind. But Winston Churchill, the new Prime Minister, was refusing to negotiate. That initiative to turn Russia against Germany. In fact, Stalin had no intention of being drawn into a war which would only benefit the capitalist West. The British overture was firmly rebuffed. By the time Adolf Hitler had returned to Berlin after his triumphant campaign in France, he had already made up his mind to attack and conquer the Soviet Union. From the beginning, Hitler had built the Nazi Party on a deep hatred of communists, Jews, and Slavs, and he was destroying his ideological and racial enemies. At the same time, he could win for Germany the resources that would secure the right for generating vanish forever. The second was the prospect of an alliance between Russia, Britain, and the United States, an alliance which Germany's slender resources could never defeat. Hitler concluded that the Reich's only hope of survival lay in the complete destruction of the Soviet Union. However, it would have to be done within a year at the very most. On July the 31st, 1940, Hitler announced to his senior military commanders that he intended to attack. The generals protested, Britain still hostile. Germany was expected. Hitler dismissed their fears. He had seen the Red Army's dismal performance in Finland, and now he predicted, "You have only to kick in the door, and the whole..." Since 1928, Joseph Stalin had kept his position of supreme power in the Soviet Union by the most devious and ruthless means. He had turned his attention to the Soviet armed forces. In a relentless sweep, Stalin executed all 11 deputy commissars for defense, 3 out of 5 field marshals, 13 out of 15 army commanders, and tens of thousands of middle-ranking and junior officers. Many more were sent to labor camps. Stalin replaced the executed senior commanders with cronies from his Civil War days, however incompetent, and within a year, the Red Army was firmly under the dictator's personal control.
In 1940, the Army's humiliation of the Huns and the Finns had persuaded Stalin that the Soviet armed forces had to be reformed. The incredible speed of Germany's victory over France only underlined the urgency of the task. However, with so many of Russia's most effective commanders gone, progress was slow and hesitant. Although Stalin was deeply worried about German intentions, he was sure that while Britain was still fighting, Hitler would never attack the Soviet Union. The German leader would apply pressure to get what he wanted, but unless he was provoked, Hitler would stop short of actual war. Surrounded by men who dared not question his judgment, Stalin would persist until the very end in believing that the German threat was no more than a gigantic bluff. The key to a German victory over Russia would be speed above all else. Hitler insisted that Soviet forces in the West would have to be defeated within 10 weeks of the start of the invasion. The reason was not just the notorious Russian winter, but also the inescapable fact that there would only be enough fuel, ammunition, and supplies for a quick and decisive campaign. From the start, German planners had to take account of a major natural obstacle which lay at the path of any direct thrust into the Soviet Union. The Pripyat Marshes was a vast area of swamps and forests, 150 miles long and 300 miles deep. It was expected around Moscow. The German offensive, codenamed Operation Otto, would be launched by 3 army groups. 2 of them to the north of the marshes and 1 to the south. Army Group Center, the hub of the Soviet system. Army Group North would push forces led by
Hey, you follow 7 Live. I'm following my back as I can.
From southern Poland, and after all 3 army groups pushed deep into the interior, the northern and southern groups would swing inwards to support Army Group Center for the final advance on the Soviet cavalry. The threat to Moscow would draw in the remnants of the Red Army and ensure their total destruction. Developed its plan over 4 painstaking months, testing and refining it with war games. Adolf Hitler was far from satisfied. Haunted by the fate of Napoleon, who had taken Moscow but failed to destroy the Russian army, he insisted that the Soviet capital was irrelevant. In early December, at a stroke, Hitler changed the entire emphasis of the campaign. His new plan was named Operation Barbarossa. Making the rivers Dnieper and Dvina. His plan into the interior. As before, Army Group North would strike towards Leningrad. Army Group Center would force a breakthrough towards Minsk and Smolensk.
It's such a pain in the ass because I have to start them all up. It's a pain in the ass.
One around Minsk, and the second
Really?
in the
Yeah.
Baltic states.
Baltic offensive would culminate in the capture of Leningrad and give the Wehrmacht valuable ports to supply its fleets.
I'm trying to see how I can get this
Army Group South would make a single thrust towards
so that you can watch it. Oh shit, hold on a second.
drive southeast along the route to prevent a Russian withdrawal. The Soviets would be attacked from the rear and annihilated. Army Group South would then push east towards the industrial Donetsk basin and the oil fields of Caucasus.
My Wi-Fi sucks too, dog.
Their great invaders turned their attention to the capture of
I'm
Moscow.
trying to think how I could do this so that it would be
After the
convenient
destruction of the reserve Russian armies,
and people.
stretching from Archangel to the River Volga. The last remaining industrial areas eastward would be bombed into the ground. Without an industrial base, the Russians would be unable to mount an effective resistance for the foreseeable. Operation Barbarossa
Did your streams go? One of them got. I tried to send you a link, and I got a ban on one of them because I tried to send a link, which is stupid, but it's not that bad.
the tactician who had done most to develop German armored warfare, pleaded for a bold
Let me think what I could do.
The Panzers, stripped to their fighting core and supplied by parachute,
I could put the phone here, but it's just like
completely paralyzing the Russian defense.
it's a really easy way to get banned for copyrighted content too. Perhaps I don't know if I'm sure it's copyrighted at some point. What if I do it like this?
Hitler and his senior commanders, nearly all infantry and artillery men by training, would have none of Guderian's plan.
Just one moment. Just one moment.
The Panzers
Let's see
would
what we
fight
can do.
classic battles of encirclement, no deeper than a few hundred miles into the Soviet Union. In the early stages, the armor would even be massive in the campaign so far, it would begin the most ambitious offensive in the Reich's history, with their hands firmly tied.
You have Facebook, Instagram, Messenger? You have Snapchat? Yeah, I do. I'm really big on it. Hold on one second. What do you mean you're really big on it? I have like Snapchat Plus, which is Snapchat Premium. Yeah, I do have Snapchat. Just a moment. I'm trying to get it so that you can see what I'm seeing. Really? Yep. Why? Because that'd be pretty cool if you could see what I'm seeing. Alright. So the volume and shit sucks. Hold on a second. What if we shut that one down?
During the 1930s, the backbone of the Russian defense was the Scarlet Line.
Okay.
A series of fortified areas.
Now what?
Those between the Pripyat marshes and the upper Dniester. And those guarding the approaches to key cities and towns in the frontier zone. Leningrad, Pskov, Smolensk, Kiev, Korosky, and Odessa.
Can you see it?
The system was capable
Yeah, I'll add it. I know it's sideways, but my internet sucks, so sometimes it has to reload and stuff. Really? Yeah, it sucks.
and it's sheltering the main Red Army formation, along with their supply depots, training areas.
By 1941, well to the east of the Soviet frontier. Stalin now insisted that the Red Army should move west, leaving its fortifications and supply dumps behind, and take up positions in new borders.
A high-frequency surge intensifies the action of the brain. It is a mental stimulant like alcohol, but instead of
Stalin's insistence on forward defense was strongly opposed by many Russian commanders. They feared in the event of a German attack, they would be outflanked There was little time to build new defenses, but the army's lines of communication to its base areas were now dangerously stretched. Nor were there adequate mobile forces well behind the orders to counterattack a German or snatch more territory in the long. Meanwhile, the Red Army was expected to mount the defense of the Soviet Union from little more than a complete system of trenches.
Hey, I have an idea about Snapchat. Let me follow you on Snapchat. Is that what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So I'm gonna leave. You stay there. I'm gonna follow you. Oh shit. What? Let me see if I have it on this device. I have a bunch of accounts, obviously. It shouldn't surprise you. Okay, Connor owns 2.
Although Rabbi was in charge of operational matters during the Coalition Western campaigns, he had no... Unfortunately, it's not that simple. There's no real proof that he'll say in the way the wars to hold was fought. On one occasion, Rabbi did try to stand up to Hitler. During the preparation of the French campaign, he criticized the logistical side.
I should have back over here. I got you. Can you follow me back?
Everyone knows this, but in order to do it, Hitler refused to let him resign. You're going to dictate and often become the butt that
when Operation Barbarossa was being drawn up, Brownish voiced doubts that Luftwaffe could fight both Britain and Russia at once.
I'm calling you. I'm calling you. Pick up if you can.
It was the last attempt Brownish made to challenge Hitler's plan.
She worked for a small company. She used her time as a cook, nurse, and all her other occupations to deliver true happiness. Right. Then, in the 1950s, Marcy married an officer in the United States Navy. And two moved to America.
Georgy Zhukov had joined the Russian army during the Great War and the Red Army in 1918, rising quickly through the ranks.
I'm calling you.
And hard-driving command.
What are you saying here? Let me go add it back. I'll be back on here. Sure.
During the Russian-Japanese War in Mongolia in 1949. There, he won his victories by insisting on rigid cooperation between artillery, tanks, and infantry. By the defense commissar, Marshal Tomashenko. Zhukov commanded the forces representing the Germans. Afterwards, Stalin fired the chief of the general staff, and Zhukov was given his job. Like virtually all Soviet commanders, Zhukov subscribed to the belief that the best form of defense was attack, and to do this, rules needed for maneuver. He disagreed profoundly with Stalin's plan for a forward defense the western frontiers and wanted to hold back strong formations. Hitler would go on to be one of the few Red Army commanders willing to argue openly with the dictator. This time, he did not dare press his case too hard.
There might be variations depending on where in Australia it's spoken, or the speaker's social step. It was in her blood, literally.
By the time of Operation Barbarossa, it would be almost 4 million strong, with over 200 divisions.
You are listening to Aaron Mankey's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeartWorld. We'll have more from Cabinet of Curiosities.
However,
next on KF5.
there would be no corresponding increase in poverty. At Hitler's insistence, the number of panzer divisions had been doubled. The number of machines in each division fell by more than a third, down to an average of 160 tanks. More than half the machines available for Barbarossa would be Mark 1s and 2s, and Czech
I just think it's
light tanks, never meant to be part of the panzer division. There was also a shortage of support.
Well, the truth is, it can happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour.
Each armored division needed almost 3,000 trucks to carry infantry, fuel, and other supplies. The newly formed motorized infantry divisions also needed trucks, and Hitler had made no provision for increased production. Many units were instead equipped with captured vehicles, mostly French, much less robust than German tanks.
Oh, I'm calling you back. I think I'll add you back. I'll be back. It's calling you.
Using 625,000 horses. In Poland and the West, the Luftwaffe had played a key role in supporting ground operations. German aircraft had provided an umbrella for the infantry, had disrupted enemy communications, and had hammered troop concentrations and fortified positions. This time, it was by no means certain the Air Force could perform anything like as well. In the Battle of Britain, the Luftwaffe had been dreadfully mauled, and it had no more aircraft for the Russian campaign than it had deployed against France in 1914. Meantime, 1/3 of its available machines were desperately in need of service or repair.
New details into what was uncovered at the gruesome crime scene in Pike County. The chief murderers were Wagner.
The Mark III Panzer. In the Battle of France, the Mark III had encountered Allied tanks with very heavy armor. Its 37mm